Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, the shadow in the corner of my room stays there, even when the lights are on, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time I noticed the shadow, I was standing barefoot in my bedroom with a dripping paint roller in my hand, trying to convince myself the stain in the corner was just bad lighting. It was late afternoon, the hour when the sun came through the west-facing window at a slant and made everything in the room look slightly temporary, like a stage set that hadn't been nailed down yet. I had every lamp on anyway. Ceiling light, desk lamp, the cheap floor lamp I'd bought at Target that leaned no matter how many times I tightened the pole. Even with all that light, there it was in the corner by the closet. A dark, uneven patch that should have been washed out by the bulbs, but wasn't. I'm Nora Vance, 32, female, and at that point, I had been in the apartment for exactly 11 days. I'd moved to Portland, Maine, from Boston, after the kind of breakup people politely call mutual, when they don't want to ask why you're sleeping on an air mattress and eating cereal over the sink at midnight. I worked remotely as a medical claims auditor, which sounds more important than it feels. Mostly, I sat at my desk with spreadsheets, arguing with codes and policy language, while my neighbors lived actual lives through the walls. The apartment was on the third floor of a narrow brick building on Congress Street, above a closed-down travel agency with sun-bleached posters of Santorini and Vancouver still taped in the windows. The hallway smelled like old steam heat, wet wool, and whatever the guy on the second floor fried every night around 7. My unit had high ceilings, uneven floors, and windows that rattled whenever buses sighed to a stop outside. I had chosen it because it was mine. That was the line I kept repeating while assembling furniture with Allen keys and YouTube tutorials. Mine, my bed against the east wall, my chipped blue mug in the cabinet, my towels in the bathroom, my passwords changed, my phone no longer lighting up with his name. The flaw, if I'm being honest, was that I could turn independence into a dare. I didn't like asking for help. I didn't like admitting when something scared me. After 3 years of being told I was too sensitive and making a thing out of nothing, I had built a whole personality around not reacting first. So when the shadow stayed after I moved the lamp closer, I told myself it was primer showing through. I rolled more paint over it. The roller made a wet, sticky sound against the plaster. SHH thup. SHH thup. The smell of latex paint sat thick in the room, clean and sour at once. Outside, someone laughed on the sidewalk. Then a truck backed up with 3 flat beeps that bounced between the buildings. The patch darkened under the fresh paint. I lowered the roller. Okay, I said aloud, because talking to myself had become one of the apartment's amenities. That's annoying. The shadow wasn't shaped like a person. That's important. It wasn't tall with shoulders or anything movie stupid like that. It was just a corner that looked deeper than the other corners, a wedge of gray-black where two walls met, darker near the floor and feathered upward like smoke, had once licked the plaster and left a memory of itself. It covered maybe 2 feet across from the baseboard to about waist height. I touched the wall with 2 fingers. Cold, not winter cold, not draft from a window cold, just cooler than the wall beside it. My phone buzzed on the paint-speckled drop cloth and made me flinch badly enough to smear white across my wrist. It was Tessa. Tessa Alden, 33, female, was my best friend from college and the sort of person who entered every room as if she had already checked for exits and snack options. She lived in Somerville, Massachusetts, worked as a nurse practitioner at an urgent care clinic, and had driven up the weekend before with a car full of boxes because she said I was starting over in a city where the seagulls sound like unpaid actors. Tessa had a calm face, quick hands, and an intolerance for vague panic. I answered on speaker. "Please tell me you are not painting after work again," she said. "I am not painting after work again." "You're lying." I can hear the room echoing. Empty room echo. Very specific. I looked at the corner. "I just wanted to finish the bedroom wall. You said that yesterday." "Yesterday I finished a different bedroom wall. That sentence should embarrass you." I smiled despite myself and dragged the roller tray back with my foot. The metal scraped against the floorboards, a thin, ugly sound. "I have a question." "No, I didn't ask it yet." "You're going to ask if primer can make a wall look haunted." I went quiet. Tessa sighed. "Nora, it doesn't look haunted." "Then why did you pause like a Victorian widow?" "It's just a stain, or a weird patch. The paint isn't covering it. Water damage, maybe. Is it damp?" I touch it again, higher this time. "No, just cold." "Exterior wall?" "No, closet wall. Shared with the unit next door, I think." "Any smell?" I leaned in before thinking better of it. The corner smelled mostly like paint. Under that, faintly, there was something else. Old cardboard, dust, a mineral dampness like pennies in a wet hand. "Basement smell," I said. "You're on the 3rd floor." "Exactly why I'm calling you instead of becoming a homeowner forum." She made a clicking sound with her tongue. "Take a picture." I did. The phone camera brightened the room automatically, flattening everything into a harmless white wall. On the screen, the shadows showed as a mild gray smudge. "It looks less weird in the photo," I said. "Send it." I sent it, then watched the little delivered note appear. A few seconds passed. "Okay," Tessa said. "That could be soot." Soot, old candles, space heater, previous tenant with bad judgment, or mildew under paint, or some patching compound absorbing differently. "Thank you for the boring list." "You called me for the boring list." That was true. I wanted someone practical to stand between me and the small, childish part of my brain that still believed corners could hold things if you didn't look too closely. There was a knock at my bedroom doorframe. I turned fast, nearly stepping in the tray. Miguel Rivera, 46, male, stood in the hall holding a maintenance clipboard and wearing a navy windbreaker with the property company's logo stitched over the chest. He was the building's superintendent, though everyone called him Mike except his voicemail, which said Miguel in a tired voice. He lived across town in South Portland, had 2 daughters whose pictures were taped inside his phone case, and moved with the careful patience of a man who had seen tenants break every possible fixture and then blame humidity. "Sorry," he said, lifting one hand. Front door was open. I yelled. I hadn't heard him over the call, the buses, the paint roller, my own pulse doing that ridiculous startled flutter. "Sorry. Yeah, come in." I wiped my hand on my jeans. "Tessa, I'll call you back." "I heard a man," Tessa said. "It's maintenance. Put me in your pocket and don't hang up." "Tess, I'm serious." Miguel glanced politely toward the phone like he was used to being treated as a possible suspect by people who watched too many documentaries. "I'll call you back," I said, and ended the call before she could argue. Miguel held up the clipboard. "You put in a ticket about the closet door sticking." "Yeah, it catches at the top. That's this building. Nothing is square except the rent." He stepped into the bedroom, then paused when he saw the paint. "Oh, you're doing the wall." "Trying to." His eyes moved to the corner. It was quick, barely a flick, but I saw it. "You know what that is?" I asked. Gave the kind of shrug adults give when they've decided not to say the first thing in their head. "Old plaster can bleed through. You use stain-blocking primer. Regular primer. Need shellac-based, probably." "Probably." He walked closer, but didn't touch the wall. The floorboards creaked under his boots. Outside, another bus hissed. From the apartment below came a muffled burst of television laughter, then the quick barking cough of a small dog. Miguel crouched and looked at the baseboard. "Any leaks?" I asked. "Not active." "That's not the same as no." He smiled faintly. "No, it is not." I folded my arms. "Was there water damage here before your lease?" "That's usually when prior damage happens." He looked up at me, and for a second I thought he might laugh. He didn't. "The last tenant had heavy curtains, furniture all along this wall. We repainted before you moved in." "You repainted over that?" "I didn't do this unit personally." "Who did?" "Contractor." "Did he mention anything?" Miguel stood with a small groan in his knees. "Contractors mention when they need more money. They don't mention shadows." The word sat between us in the paint smell. Shadow, not stain, not discoloration. Shadow. I glanced at him. He looked back at the wall, jaw working once. "I can bring primer tomorrow," he said. "Maybe check inside the closet too." "What do you mean, inside?" "The wall backs the closet. Sometimes air moves through gaps. Dust collects, makes patterns." That was sensible enough that I wanted to grab it with both hands. Miguel adjusted the closet door. He tightened the top hinge, planed a little from the swollen edge with a hand tool he took from his bag, and opened and closed it 3 times. The door rasped, then swung clean. While he worked, I pretended to organize paint supplies. Really, I watched the corner. With Miguel blocking part of the room, with his shadow and body moving across the wall, the dark patch should have changed. Should have deepened when he passed in front of the lamp, softened when he moved away. It didn't, not enough. I told myself I was tired. Miguel packed his tools. "You have a fan in the living room. Run it while paint dries, and don't sleep in here tonight if the smell's strong." "I've been sleeping on the air mattress in the living room anyway." He nodded, then hesitated at the doorway. "Do you hear anything at night?" I looked at him. "From what?" "Building noise, pipes, neighbors, normal stuff." Scratching. The word was so specific that the room seemed to tighten around it. "No," I said. "Why?" He shook his head. "Mice sometimes in old buildings. If you hear scratching, call. Don't put poison down yourself." That was weirdly dramatic advice for mice. Mice die in walls. Then everybody is dramatic. He left after that, his boots thudding down the hallway, the front door clicking shut a moment later. I stood in my bedroom with the roller drying in the tray and stared at the corner until my eyes began inventing movement. Then I laughed once, not because it was funny, because the alternative was admitting I wanted to leave the room. I carried the paint tray to the kitchen, washed the roller, and ran the fan in the bedroom doorway. The fan wobbled on its stand, turning left, turning right, pushing the paint smell into the hall in damp waves. By 8:30, the sky had gone the deep blue of a bruise, and the apartment windows reflected my own rooms back at me. I heated soup in a saucepan because the microwave was still in a box somewhere labeled kitchen. In my handwriting, my laptop sat open on the counter, work emails stacked unread, all of them sounding urgent and none of them mattering. The radiator knocked twice. The pipes answered from somewhere below. At 9:12, Tessa called again. "I'm alive," I said. "That's not the same as safe. You've become very intense since getting a prescription pad. I was intense before. Now I have credentials." I told her about Miguel, the primer, the mice comment. She was quiet longer than I liked. "What?" I asked. "Nothing. Tessa, old buildings have pests. That's your medical opinion. My medical opinion is you shouldn't sleep next to wet paint or mystery wall growth. I'm not. Good. Also, please get a carbon monoxide detector that you did not find in a drawer. I have one. Is it plugged in?" I looked toward the hallway where the detector sat on top of a box beside a stack of books. "It has batteries." "Are the batteries in it?" I didn't answer. "Nora, I'll do it. Now." I put her on speaker, found the detector, and installed the batteries while she listened to the plastic snap and complained that I treated basic safety like optional homework. Detector chirped once, sharp and nasty. I set it near the bedroom doorway. "There," I said. "Thank you. You know, for someone who told me the shadow is probably soot, you're acting like it pays rent." "I'm acting like you live alone and downplay things." I leaned against the counter. The soup steamed beside me, tomato and metal. "I'm trying not to be dramatic." "No," she said, softer now. "You're trying not to need anyone." I hated how accurate that was. The apartment seemed to listen with me. Fan hum, radiator tick, distant tires on wet pavement. "I needed someone," I said. "It didn't go great." "I know." Neither of us spoke for a second. Then, from the bedroom came a small sound, not scratching, a tap, one single tap against plaster. I turned my head. "What was that?" Tessa asked. "You heard it?" "Yes." The fan turned toward the bedroom, then away. The sound didn't repeat. I picked up the phone. "Nora," Tessa said, "don't do the horror movie thing." It was one tap. "Still, it's probably the fan or pipes. Then wait in the kitchen and let it be pipes." But I was already walking down the hall. The bedroom light was still on. The floor lamp threw its tilted cone across the wall. The ceiling light buzzed faintly, that cheap electrical mosquito sound I'd been meaning to fix. The fresh paint looked patchy where it was drying. The corner was darker. I stopped at the threshold. It wasn't spreading. Not exactly. It just looked denser, as if the corner had depth behind the paint now. The baseboard beneath it had a thin line of dust along the top edge, disturbed in one spot. "Nora," Tessa said from my hand. I crouched before I could talk myself out of it. There, just above the baseboard, was a mark in the wet paint, a small crescent dent, like something hard had pressed from the inside and not quite broken through. I stood too fast. My shoulder clipped the doorframe. "Ow, what happened?" Tessa asked. "Nothing." "I'm fine. Describe the nothing." I looked at the wall. The dent was tiny, easy to explain. Old plaster settling, bubble under paint, a nail pop, some hidden screw or lath moving with temperature. All possible, all boring. My phone buzzed with another incoming call before I could answer Tessa. Unknown number. I almost ignored it, but the area code was 207. "I'm getting a call," I said. "Don't hang up. I'll call back." "Nora," I switched over. "Hello." For 2 seconds, there was only air. Not silence. Air. A faint static, maybe traffic, maybe someone breathing too close to a cheap microphone. Then a woman said, "Is this apartment 3C?" Her voice was low and careful. "Yes," I said. "Who is this?" "My name is Elaine Mercer. I used to live there." Elaine Mercer, 59, female, was a stranger to me then. Only a voice over a blocked feeling phone line. But she spoke with the worn caution of someone who had rehearsed a conversation and still dreaded having it. I could hear dishes clinking faintly behind her, and what sounded like a television turned low, local news cadence, murmuring under her words. "How did you get my number?" I asked. "The property office gave it to me by mistake at first, then said they shouldn't have. I wrote it down before they corrected themselves." "That's not comforting." "I know, I'm sorry." I stared at the corner. The fan turned. "Left, right," Elaine said. "Did they paint the bedroom before you moved in?" My mouth went dry in a plain, physical way, like I'd swallowed dust. "Yes." "Is there still a dark place by the closet?" I didn't answer. On the other line, my phone buzzed again. Tessa trying to call back. Elaine's voice tightened. "Don't let them tell you it's mildew." "Who is them?" "The management company. Maintenance. Anyone who wants it to stay simple." I backed into the hall, away from the room, away from the corner, and the little crescent pressed into the paint. "What is it?" I asked. Elaine exhaled. It crackled in my ear. "I don't know," she said. But before I moved out, I started putting a chair in front of that corner at night. I looked at the empty folding chair beside my desk, its legs speckled white from paint. "Why?" The line popped once. From inside the bedroom came another tap. Then a second, not loud, not frantic, measured. Elaine whispered, because something kept moving it back. The fan turned toward me and blew cold paint, smelling air down the hallway. My thumb hovered over Tessa's missed call notification. The apartment felt very bright suddenly, every lamp burning, every surface visible. And still, that corner waited just beyond the doorframe, dark in a room full of light. I had 2 choices then. Call Miguel back and sound unstable before my second week in the building. Or walk into the bedroom, put the chair where Elaine said she had put it, and prove to myself that all of this had an ordinary explanation. I stood in the hallway between the kitchen and the bedroom, phone pressed to my ear, listening to Elaine breathe on the line and the wall answer with one more careful tap. I did not put the chair in front of the corner. That is the part I keep coming back to because it sounds so small, so cleanly avoidable. Elaine told me what she had done. She said it like a warning and an instruction at the same time. Put a chair there. Watch what happens. Or maybe do not watch. Maybe that was the point. Instead, I stood in the hallway with my phone pressed against my ear and did what I had always done when something felt too personal and too frightening to name. I made it practical. Elaine, I said, did you ever call maintenance? A pause from the bedroom. Tap, not loud, barely more than a fingernail touching wood. Yes, she said, several times. And they patched the wall. Patched what? Another pause, longer this time. The line crackled. Somewhere on her end, a dish clinked in a sink. The small holes, she said. I looked toward my room. The overhead light was still on. The cheap floor lamp still leaned. The fan rotated back and forth with a tired plastic groan, pushing the paint smell into the hall in slow, sour breaths. Holes. Nora, Tessa's name flashed again on the screen as a missed call. I swallowed and switched the phone back to my ear. Elaine, what holes? There were little dents at first, then cracks. Then I found one place where the plaster had been cut from the other side. The apartment seemed to shrink around me. From the other side, I repeated, I don't know for certain. You just said. I said what it looked like. My hand had started to ache from holding the phone too tightly. I flexed my fingers. Wet paint on my wrist had dried tacky and tight, pulling at the hairs. Elaine said, listen to me. If there's a mark in the paint, call the superintendent right now. Tell him you think there's damage inside the wall. Use those words. I let out a laugh that had no humor in it. I already talked to him. Call again. It's after 9. Call again. Her urgency irritated me, which was easier than letting it scare me. Why didn't you tell the police if you thought someone cut through your wall? I did. That shut me up. For a second, the only sound was the fan. Elaine said they came once. They looked. Nothing had been opened enough. No forced entry, no clear threat. The officer told me old buildings make people nervous. What happened after that? I moved out. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have. A second tap came from the bedroom, then a third. Not in a rhythm exactly, but patient. Testing. I stepped backward until my hip hit the kitchen counter. Tessa called again. This time I answered and merged the calls without fully thinking it through. Tessa, I said. Nora, what the hell? Elaine's voice sharpened. Who is that? My friend, Tessa. This is Elaine. She used to live here. Oh, good, Tessa said, with the exact tone she used when a patient said they had treated a burn with toothpaste. The previous tenant is calling at night about the mystery wall. Fantastic. Tessa, I warned. No, Nora, listen. Is the code detector working? It chirped. Good. Get out of the apartment until maintenance comes. Elaine said she should not leave it unattended. Tessa snapped. She absolutely should leave it unattended if someone might be in a wall. The phrase was ridiculous. Someone in a wall. It belonged in a bad headline or a true crime podcast with theme music. But my eyes went to the dark mouth of the bedroom doorway, and suddenly the geography of my apartment mattered in a way it hadn't 5 minutes earlier. Bedroom at the back. Closet wall shared with the empty unit next door, or what I thought was the empty unit. Bathroom between between bedroom and hall. Fire escape outside the living room window. Front door with one deadbolt and one chain lock that I had not installed. It had been there already, loose in its screws. The real world, real entrances, real gaps, real people. "I'm calling Miguel," I said. "Good," Tessa said. "Put it on speaker," Elaine said. I didn't answer either of them. I found Miguel's number from the maintenance ticket email and called. It rang 6 times. Voicemail. I called again. 4 rings this time. "Rivera," he answered, voice thick with sleep or television. "It's Nora in 3C a beat." Then he was awake. What happened? The way he said it made my stomach tighten. I spoke to Elaine Mercer. Silence. Behind him, I heard a television. A man speaking Spanish. Then the volume dropped. Miguel said, "How did you get her number? She called me." That's not the important part. It is kind of important. There's a dent in the wall, in the corner. The paint is wet and something tapped from inside. He did not speak right away. Tessa whispered from the other call, "Ask him if the next unit is vacant." I repeated it. "Is the unit next door vacant?" Miguel exhaled through his nose. 3B is under renovation. That's not vacant. No tenant. Is anyone supposed to be in there tonight? No. Could someone be? Nora, could someone be? He said, "I'll come over." How long? 20 minutes, Tessa said. Too long. Elaine said, "Do not stand near the wall." I pressed my fingers to my eyes. Everyone stopped talking for 1 second. And for 1 second, they did. The apartment filled the silence with ordinary things. Refrigerator hum, fan motor, wet traffic outside, the muffled whine of a scooter passing below on Congress Street. A siren wailed far off toward the harbor and faded. My soup had gone skin thick in the saucepan. Then the lights flickered. Once, the ceiling bulb in the hall blinked out and came back. The floor lamp in the bedroom clicked, dimmed, recovered. The fan hiccuped, losing speed before grinding back into rotation. I froze. Tessa heard my breathing change. "What happened?" "Lights flickered," Miguel said. "Whole building." "I don't know." As if answering him, a door opened somewhere below. A woman's voice complained through the stairwell. "Again? Are you kidding me?" Then the hallway outside my apartment went dark. Not my apartment yet, just the building hall. I could see the strip under my front door go black. Miguel cursed softly. "What does that mean?" I asked. "There's been electrical work in 3B contractor, may have left something overloaded. You said no one was supposed to be there. No one is supposed to be there." That was the concrete thing. The thing all of us could grab, not a shadow, not Elaine's chair, not my stupid, stubborn fear of being laughed at. Electrical work in the neighboring unit, tapping inside a shared wall, lights flickering, possible overload, a fire hazard, a person where no person should be. Miguel said, "Go to your panel. Check if anything smells hot." My breaker panel, yes, by the front door. Tessa immediately said, "No, she should leave." Miguel said, "If there's smoke, she needs to know. If there's smoke, she needs to be outside." Elaine said, "If she leaves, they'll know." "Who?" Tessa demanded. Elaine did not answer. The worst part was that each of them was making sense from a different version of the world. Tessa lived in the world where you evacuate and call 911. Miguel lived in the world where old buildings fail in stupid, preventable ways unless someone checks the panel. Elaine lived in the world where the wall had a memory and people hid behind management's excuses. I lived in the hallway between all three. "I'm checking the panel," I said. "Nora," Tessa said, "I'm not going near the bedroom." I went to the front door. The breaker panel was behind a painted metal cover that stuck when I pulled it. It opened with a pop and dropped flakes of old white paint onto the floor. Inside, the breakers were labeled in 3 different handwritings. KITCH, bed, outlets, hall. One label just said old. The air smelled faintly warm, not smoke, not burning plastic, but warm dust, like the first time heat comes on in November. "Thing tripped?" Miguel asked. "No, put your hand near it, don't touch. Is it hot?" I held my palm a few inches from the breakers. The panel gave off a low warmth. Or maybe my hand was imagining it because everyone on the phone had taught it to be afraid. "It's warm." "How warm?" "I don't know. Warm." "Okay, listen. I'm calling the property emergency line and heading over. You call 911 if you smell burning, see smoke, or hear anything in the wall again." Tessa said, "Call now." Miguel said, "Dispatch will ask if there's smoke or fire." Then she says possible electrical fire. I'm not telling her not to call. I'm saying a hard knock hit my bedroom wall. Not a tap, a knock. 3 people stopped talking at once. It came again. Knock. From inside the wall by the closet. Not from the hallway, not from a pipe, not from a settling floorboard. It had the dull, padded sound of knuckles or a tool against plaster. I backed away from the panel. "Tessa," I said, and my voice had gone small in a way I hated. "I'm calling 911. "Yes," she said. "Good, do that now." Miguel said, "I'm on my way." Elaine whispered, "Don't say my name." "What?" "To the police. Don't say I called." "Elaine, this is, please." The call clicked. She was gone. I stared at the screen. Tessa remained. Miguel remained. Elaine had disappeared as neatly as she had arrived, leaving only her warning and the shape of her fear. I called 911. The dispatcher was a woman with a steady voice who asked for my address twice, because I spoke too fast the first time. I gave my name, my apartment number. I said there was possible electrical danger in the wall shared with an unoccupied unit under renovation. I said I heard knocking from inside the wall. "Do you see smoke or flames?" she asked. "No." "Do you smell smoke, burning or gas? Warm dust? Maybe electrical, I'm not sure." "Is anyone injured?" "No." "Are you alone?" "Yes." Tessa, still connected through the other line, said, "Tell her I'm on the phone." "My friend is on the phone with me." "Okay," the dispatcher said. "I'm going to advise you to leave the apartment and wait outside if you can do so safely." That should have ended the debate. It didn't, because as soon as she said leave, the bedroom light went out. The hallway light inside my apartment stayed on. The kitchen light stayed on. But from the back room came a soft electrical pop, and the rectangle of yellow light spilling from my bedroom doorway vanished. The fan slowed to a stop. The apartment changed immediately. Without the fan, the air thickened. The paint smell became heavier, trapped in the hallway. The city outside sounded farther away. I could hear myself breathing through my nose. Then something scraped inside the bedroom. Not behind the wall now. Inside the bedroom. A dragged sound. Wood on floor. My gaze went to the folding chair by the desk. I could not see it from the hall. I did not move. The dispatcher said, Ma'am, are you still there? Yes. Can you leave the apartment? I looked at the front door, 10 feet away. Simple. Open it. Step into the hall. Go downstairs. Stand under the travel agency posters until fire or police arrived. Then I heard another sound from the bedroom. A soft, metallic tick, like the closet latch moving. There was no reason for me to go back there. None. But my laptop was on the kitchen counter, my wallet near the door, my keys in the ceramic bowl. Everything I needed was here. My body understood that. My mind did too. Still, a different thought shoved forward. If someone was in 3B, if someone had cut through or opened something, if the chair had moved, if the closet door was opening, then leaving meant turning my back on the only evidence I had. By the time Miguel arrived, by the time police walked up 3 flights and knocked with flashlights, the wall would be quiet. The chair would be wherever it was. The corner would be a stain again. And I would be the woman who panicked over wet paint. That old private fear, the ugly one, the one my ex had pressed on until it bruised. You exaggerate. You make stories. You hear things. You need things to be wrong. Tessa's voice cut through it. Nora, get out. I'm going. But I didn't. I took 1 step toward the bedroom. Nora, Tessa said. She knew. Somehow she knew. I just need to see if the closet door opened. No, you don't. I do. No, you don't. This is not court. You don't need evidence. You need distance. The dispatcher said, firmer now, ma'am. Do not investigate the sound. Leave the unit if safe. I stopped. There it was. A choice with a grown-up answer. I turned toward the front door. And then someone knocked from outside my apartment. 3 fast hits. I jerked back hard enough that my shoulder hit the wall. Nora, Tessa barked. The dispatcher said, who is at your door? I don't know. A man's voice called from the hallway. Nora, it's Simon from downstairs. Simon Hargreaves, 28, male, lived in apartment 2C directly below me. A British software contractor who worked odd hours for a London-based company and always looked slightly underfed, with hooded eyes and a permanent coffee cup in one hand. I had met him on my 3rd day when he helped carry a bookshelf up the last flight after seeing me stuck on the landing, both of us pretending the thing was lighter than it was. He was polite in the thin, careful way of people who do not want to become involved in neighbors' lives, but will not let furniture crush them either. I put my eye to the peephole. Simon stood in the dark hallway wearing a gray hoodie, sweatpants, and no shoes. One hand held his phone with the flashlight on. The light pointed down, making the stairwell behind him look like a basement. I opened the door with the chain still on. What? I asked. His face changed when he saw mine. Are you all right? Did you knock? Yes. He glanced upward as if sound might travel visibly. Something leaking into my ceiling. That got me. What? In my bedroom. Same corner, I think. It's not water exactly. It smells like paint and hot metal. And my lights are doing a disco thing. The dispatcher was still on speaker. Ma'am, are you able to evacuate? Simon heard her. His eyes widened. Is that emergency services? Yes. What's happening? I undid the chain and opened the door wider, because suddenly this was not just my wall and my fear. This had crossed floors. Simon stepped back, giving me room. The hallway emergency lights had not come on. His phone beam shook slightly against the old wallpaper. From downstairs, a smoke alarm began chirping. Not full alarm, not a steady scream. Chirp, pause, chirp. Simon looked down the stairwell. "That's mine," the dispatcher said. "Both of you should exit the building." Tessa said, "Thank God." I grabbed my keys from the bowl, then my wallet. My fingers slipped once before closing around them. I took one step into the hall. From inside my apartment, my bedroom door slammed. The sound blasted through the unit and out into the hallway, flat and violent. Simon flinched so hard his phone light jumped to the ceiling. I had left the bedroom door open. I knew I had. The dispatcher asked, "What was that sound?" I couldn't answer right away. Simon whispered, "Was someone in there?" Then, from behind us, from the stairwell below, came the heavy clunk of the building's front door opening and closing. Footsteps started up, not rushed like firefighters, not heavy like boots, measured. One flight below. Simon turned his flashlight toward the stairs. "Nora," Tessa said through my phone, low and urgent, "get behind a locked door or get outside now." The footsteps continued upward. Miguel had said 20 minutes. It had been maybe 7. The police were not here yet. The fire department was not here yet. Someone was coming up in the dark. And my bedroom door, which I had not touched, was now shut behind me. Simon looked at me, pale in the phone light. "We need to move," he said. But the smoke alarm below chirped again, faster now, and a thin chemical smell began rising through the stairwell, sharp enough to sting the back of my throat. The way down was no longer simple. The way back in was worse. The sensible thing would have been to run downstairs. That was the official advice. That was Tessa's advice. That was the advice of every fire safety poster ever taped crookedly beside an elevator. Get out. Stay out. Call for help. But sensible depends on whether the stairs are passable. Simon and I stood in the 3rd-floor hallway while the building around us seemed to decide, piece by piece, what it wanted to become. My apartment door hung open behind me, spilling yellow kitchen light onto the landing. Beyond it, my bedroom door was shut. Downstairs, Simon's smoke alarm chirped faster now, not yet screaming, but working its way up to panic. The stairwell below us had gone dark, except for the narrow cone of Simon's phone flashlight, which trembled enough to make the banister shadows climb the walls. The chemical smell rose from below. It wasn't smoke, not campfire, not burnt toast. It was sharper. Hot plastic, wet paint, old dust heated too quickly. It caught at the back of my throat and made me cough once, then again. "Outside," Tessa said through my phone. "Both of you. Now." Simon pulled the neck of his hoodie over his nose. "We can try." The layout mattered suddenly in a way I could feel in my muscles. My apartment, 3C, was at the rear right of the 3rd-floor landing. 3B, the empty renovation unit, was directly beside mine, its door across a short stretch of hall and 2 steps closer to the stairs. The stairwell dropped along the left side of the building, down to the 2nd-floor landing, then bent hard right toward the lobby and street door below. No elevator, no back stairs. The only fire escape I had seen was outside the living room window, a rusted metal platform shared with nobody, bolted to the brick wall over the alley. Simon aimed his phone downstairs. "Can you see smoke?" I asked. "No, just," he lowered the light. "Haze, maybe." The dispatcher was still on my call, her voice steady, but firmer now. "If there is visible smoke or strong chemical odor in the stairwell, do not descend through it. Close your apartment door and move toward a window if safe." "My apartment bedroom door just slammed by itself," I said. "I understand, ma'am. Is there another room with a window?" "Living room. Fire escape. Go there. Close doors between you and the odor." That gave us our first plan. We went back into my apartment. I hated turning my back on the stairwell. I hated leaving the footsteps unaccounted for. But Simon followed me in, shut the front door, and slid the chain with fingers that weren't quite steady. The kitchen and living room were one long rectangle at the front of the unit, windows facing Congress Street. The hallway ran from there toward the bathroom and bedroom at the rear. My bedroom door remained shut at the end of that hall. Ordinary white paint, brass knob, nothing moving. The ordinary part was worse. I grabbed a dish towel from the oven handle and ran it under the faucet. Simon did the same with a paper towel, then pressed it over his nose. "Fire escape window," I said. We crossed the living room, stepping around half-unpacked boxes and the deflated air mattress I had been sleeping on. I unlocked the tall window. It stuck. Of course it stuck. Everything in the building stuck or scraped or swelled. I shoved upward with both hands. Paint cracked along the frame. Nothing. Simon moved beside me. "Let me." He braced one hand on the sill and drove the heel of his palm under the sash. The window jumped half an inch, then jammed again. "Again," I said. We pushed together. The sash released with a shriek so loud both of us recoiled, and for one stupid second, I thought something outside had screamed. It was only painted wood tearing free. That was the misdirection. A simple one, a horrible one. The kind your body does not wait to interpret before reacting. My heart kicked against my ribs, and Simon swore into his damp paper towel, then started laughing in a thin, embarrassed way. "Window," he said. "It was the bloody window." "Great," I said. "Love that for us." Cold air came in, wet and salty from the harbor. I leaned out. The fire escape was there, but the drop-down ladder at the far end had been chained upright with a padlock. It hung maybe 12 feet above the alley pavement, useless, unless you were willing to climb over the rail and drop. Below, the alley between our building and the next was packed with restaurant bins, slick cardboard, and a parked white van with no markings. "Can we climb down?" Simon asked. I looked at the metal platform. Rust blistered around the bolts. The ladder chain looked new. "No," I said, "not safely." The dispatcher heard me. "Do not use a compromised fire escape unless there is immediate fire in the unit." Tessa said something I couldn't make out. Her connection crackled, then came back. "Nora, stay by the window. Do not go toward the bedroom." Simon looked past me into the alley. "There's someone down there." I leaned out again. A figure stood beside the white van, hood up, head tilted toward the building. For one instant, everything inside me went quiet and tight. Not supernatural, worse, human. A person exactly where a person might stand if they had come out through a back entrance or were waiting for someone to come down. Then the figure turned into the glow from the street. A woman in a delivery jacket, holding a stack of pizza boxes. She shouted, "Hey, you locked out." Simon sagged. "Jesus," I called down. "There's smoke or something in the building." "Call 911. "Already," shouted back, confused. "For the alarm, please call." She shifted the boxes under one arm and pulled out her phone. First attempt, fire escape, partial failure. It gave us air and a witness outside, but not an exit. Then came the knock at my front door. Not the stairs, the door. 2 hard hits. Simon and I froze again, both looking across the living room toward the entry. "Nora," Miguel called through the door. "It's me." Relief came so quickly it hurt. I almost ran to open it, then stopped. Tessa said, "Confirm." "Miguel," I called. "What's my apartment number?" A pause. 3C, open up. "The hallway smells bad." I opened the door with the chain on first. Miguel stood outside with a flashlight in one hand and a tool bag in the other. His windbreaker was zipped over a t-shirt, and his hair was flattened on one side like he had dressed in a hurry. Behind him, the hallway was darker than before, the air faintly gray near the ceiling. He saw Simon. "You from 2C?" "Simon, there's something coming through my ceiling." Miguel's face tightened. "What do you mean coming through?" "Not water. I don't know. It's wet, but it smells. Hot metal," I said. Miguel looked toward the door of 3B. That unit sat closed across the hall, its lockbox hanging from the knob. A strip of blue painter's tape was stuck across the frame, torn at one end. "Torn," I pointed. "Was that tape torn before?" Miguel didn't answer. "Miguel?" "No." Second plan formed without anyone really agreeing to it. Check 3B, not explore. Not investigate like idiots. Just open the door from the hall, see if there was smoke, a fire, an active electrical problem, a person inside, something concrete enough to tell emergency services, and stop guessing. The dispatcher did not like it. "I do not recommend entering another unit," she said. "Wait for fire personnel." Miguel had his phone out now too. "Fire S coming." "Yes," I said. "How long?" "They didn't say." He looked down the stairs. The smoke alarm below changed from chirping to a thin, continuous scream. Simon flinched. "That's mine. If the fire S in the wall, it can travel," Miguel said. "Old balloon framing. Voids between floors." "That sounds like wait for firefighters information," Tessa snapped. Miguel looked at me. "I'm not asking you to go in." "I'm not letting you go alone," Simon said, surprising me. Miguel shook his head. "No, you both stay here." Then a sound came from inside 3B, a scrape. The same dragging wood on floor sound I'd heard from my bedroom, but farther away, muffled behind the renovation unit's door. Miguel lifted his flashlight. His face had gone still. "Someone is in there," Simon whispered. Miguel took one step toward 3B. "Hello, maintenance. If you're inside, call out." No answer. He punched a code into the lockbox. It stuck. He cursed, tried again, then pulled out a key. His hands were steady, but his mouth had that compressed look people get when their body knows more than they want to say. The door opened inward 6 inches. The smell hit us. Hot paint, cut drywall, something electrical underneath, bitter and metallic. Miguel coughed and pulled his shirt over his mouth. His flashlight beam showed plastic sheeting hanging from the ceiling. Bare studs, a bucket, a coil of orange extension cord snaking across the floor and disappearing into the back room, which shared a wall with my bedroom. The cord's outer jacket was blackened in one place near the threshold. "Shut it off," Simon said. Miguel pointed the light. "Where's it plugged in?" The cord ran too far into the apartment to see. "No," I said. "No one goes in," Miguel said. "If that cord is feeding a heater or tool and it catches, no one goes in." He looked at me then, and there was anger in his eyes, but not at me exactly. At the building, at whoever had left the cord, at himself maybe. Something moved behind the plastic, a shape, tall, dark, human-sized. Simon made a sound under his breath. The plastic bulged. Miguel stepped back and raised the flashlight like a weapon. Then the plastic sheet peeled off its tape and collapsed from the ceiling in a slow, whispering fall, folding over a stack of drywall panels. Not a person. My knees went weak with delayed panic. Simon put a hand flat against the wall beside him. "I can't keep doing that." "Neither can I said. But the fallen plastic revealed something else. A narrow opening in the exposed wall of 3B's rear room. Not a doorway. A cutout between studs, low to the ground, roughly 2 feet wide, covered on the other side by old lath and plaster. The other side was my bedroom wall, the dark corner. Miguel saw it too. He whispered, "What the hell?" The dispatcher was still talking, asking if we had smoke visible, asking us to step back, asking us to leave the door closed. The words came from my phone like they belonged to another apartment. Miguel reached inside 3B without entering fully and grabbed the orange extension cord near the threshold. He pulled. For half a second, it slid toward him. Then it caught. From deep inside the unit came a metallic clatter and a muffled thump. The lights in my apartment went out. Everything went black except Simon's phone, Miguel's flashlight, and the small lit rectangle of my phone screen. Then, the carbon monoxide detector inside my apartment began to chirp. Once. Pause, once. "Battery?" Simon asked quickly. "No," I said. "New batteries." The detector chirped again. The dispatcher's voice sharpened. "Leave the building now if you can safely do so." But the stairwell was worse. The smoke alarm below had become a continuous electronic scream, and now a gray haze was visible at the second-floor landing. The way down looked like it had been rubbed with dirty glass. Miguel slammed 3B's door most of the way closed, but did not lock it. "Inside," he said. "Back inside your unit. Door shut. Window open." We retreated into my apartment. Second attempt. Identify and shut down the hazard in 3B partial failure. We learned the renovation unit had an active overloaded cord, a cutout facing my bedroom wall, and no legitimate person answering from inside. But trying to pull the cord killed my power, triggered the detector, and pushed us back into my apartment instead of out of the building. Now my apartment was dark. Not movie dark, real dark. City light through the living room windows. Phone screens. Miguel's flashlight cutting hard white bars across boxes, furniture, the air mattress. Shadows from ordinary objects made unfamiliar shapes along the walls. Miguel shut the front door and shoved a towel against the gap at the bottom. Simon opened the living room window wider. I stood in the middle of the room with Tessa still on my phone and the dispatcher still connected through the emergency call, both voices colliding. Tessa, I said, I have to hang up. No, I need one clear line. Nora, I love you. Call the property company. Call whoever. Stay available. There was a beat. Then Tessa said, do not go into that bedroom. I won't. I ended that call before either of us had to hear how unconvincing I sounded. The dispatcher kept me talking. She asked how many people were in the unit. 3. Any pets? No. Any visible flames? No. Symptoms? Coughing, throat irritation, lightheadedness maybe, though I couldn't tell what was panic and what was air. Simon had started breathing too fast. He was trying not to show it, which made it worse. His shoulders lifted in short jerks, and his phone light trembled across the wall. He leaned near the open window, gulping cold air. You okay? I asked. Fine, you're not. I said I'm fine. His accent sharpened when he was scared. The word came out clipped, almost angry. Miguel crouched by my front door and pressed the back of his hand against it. Hall's warm. That's bad, Simon asked. Could be. I looked down the hallway toward my bedroom. The door was still shut. In the dark, with the power gone, the hall became a tunnel. Bathroom door left open on the right. Linen closet opposite. Bedroom at the end. The smell from there was different now, paint and something damp, plus a faint draft moving toward us. A draft from a closed room. My phone flashlight was off to save battery. I turned it on. The beam caught the floorboards. White paint marks. Not footprints, smears. A thin crescent of wet paint on the hallway floor just outside the bedroom door. Then another. Like the bottom edge of the door had dragged through wet paint and swung shut. That explained the slam, maybe. Pressure change, draft. The door caught wet paint, stuck, then released. It could happen. It was possible. I wanted it to be possible so badly that I nearly said it out loud. Then the knob moved, slowly. A quarter turn. Stopped. Simon saw it. Miguel saw it. No one breathed. The knob returned to center. Miguel stood. He held the flashlight in his left hand and reached into his tool bag with his right, pulling out a heavy screwdriver. The dispatcher said, "Do not approach the door." Miguel did not look at the phone. "Nora, is there anyone who has a key to your place?" "No, X, no, then, because fear makes you precise. Not unless management gave one out." The bedroom door clicked. Not open. Unlocked. I remembered then that my bedroom did not have a lock. It only had an old privacy latch, the kind you could open with a thumbnail. Miguel whispered, "Move to the window." We did. 1 step, 2. The front door banged behind us, not from outside, from pressure in the hall maybe, someone in the hallway maybe. The towel at the gap fluttered inward, then lay still. Simon said, "We're boxed." He was right. Front door to a smoky stairwell. Living room window to a fire escape with a chained ladder and a dangerous drop. Hallway to a bedroom door that had just moved. Miguel crossed to the living room window and leaned out. "Hey, fire department." From below, the pizza delivery woman shouted something back, but traffic swallowed most of it. Then we heard sirens. Distant, but coming closer. Hope arrived as a sound. Then the building fire alarm finally triggered. Not Simon's detector. The main alarm. It screamed from the hallway, a brutal mechanical blast that made thought difficult. The emergency lights in the stairwell flickered red through the gap beneath my front door. Somewhere below, people started shouting. Doors opened, feet pounded. The building, which had felt empty and secretive, suddenly filled with human panic. And that was when the bedroom door opened. Not all the way, 3 inches, dark behind it. Miguel raised the screwdriver. Simon backed into a stack of boxes, knocking one over. My phone slipped in my sweaty hand, the dispatcher's voice tiny beneath the alarm. Through the gap at the bottom of the bedroom doorway, something slid into the hall. A length of orange extension cord. The same kind as in 3B, it crept forward another inch, pulled from inside my bedroom by someone or something out of view. Then it went taut. The wall behind us thudded. From 3B across the hall, from my bedroom down the hall, from below, Simon's apartment, alarm shrieking. All connected by the same hidden space. Miguel stared at the cord. His face changed. Someone ran it through the wall, he said. What? I shouted over the alarm. The cord, through the cutout, into your room. The cord jerked once. The hallway lights flashed red under the front door. The sirens were close now, but so was the smoke smell, stronger with every breath. Miguel stepped toward the bedroom. The extension cord snapped tight across the hallway at ankle height, and the front door, swollen from heat or pressure, or the shifting old frame, jammed shut so hard the chain jumped in its bracket. Simon tried it. The knob turned. The door did not open. He pulled again, harder. Nothing. Miguel shoved him aside and tried. The door held. The smoke from the hallway began to push in around the frame, despite the towel. The only breathable air was at the living room window. The only way to stop whatever was feeding the hazard seemed to run through the bedroom. And the only exit from the bedroom side, if that hidden cutout truly connected into 3B, led toward the place we had been trying not to enter. That was the point of no return. Not because we chose bravery, because the apartment stopped offering ordinary choices. The bedroom door stayed open 3 inches. That was all. 3 inches of black rectangle at the end of the hallway, with the orange extension cord lying across the floor like a tripwire, and the building alarm hammering through the walls hard enough to turn thought into fragments. Miguel moved first. Window, he shouted. Both of you stay by the window. No, Simon said. Miguel turned on him, face white in the phone light. This is not a debate. It is if you're about to walk toward whoever is in there with a screwdriver. Smoke pushed in around the front door in thin gray ribbons. The towel we'd shoved against the gap had gone damp and dark, its edge fluttering every time pressure shifted in the hallway. The fire alarm pulsed red under the door. My eyes burned. My throat felt scraped raw from the chemical stink of overheated wiring, wet plaster, and paint curring too fast in bad air. The dispatcher's voice came from my phone, almost swallowed by the alarm. Fire crews are arriving. Stay low if there is smoke. Do not enter the affected room. Affected room. That made it sound like a folder in an insurance claim. A neutral space with a code attached. Not my bedroom. Not the room with my half-built bed frame and folded sweaters, and the dark corner that stayed dark when the lights were on. The cord jerked again. Harder this time. It scraped over the floorboards. Miguel crouched before anyone could stop him and grabbed the cord with his left hand. "It's moving." "Let go," I said. He did not. The cord went taut, humming faintly against the hallway floor. Then it slackened. Somewhere inside the bedroom, something metal clanged against wood. Miguel looked back at us. "It's plugged into something in there." "Then we unplug it from 3B, Simon said. "We can't get into 3B without opening the front door. We can't get out the front door either." They were shouting over the alarm, but it wasn't anger exactly. It was terror looking for a job. I coughed into my sleeve and looked at the apartment layout again, forcing myself to see it as shapes instead of fear. Living room at the front, open window and fire escape, kitchen beside it, short hall toward the back, bathroom on the right, bedroom at the end, bedroom closet on the left wall, sharing that wall with 3B. The cord stretched from the bedroom doorway diagonally into the hall, vanishing into the dark. If someone had run it through the wall, then there was a hole. Maybe behind the dark patch, maybe near the baseboard. The shadow wasn't a shadow. It was soot, dust, heat staining, maybe moisture from damaged plaster. A human-made mark. An ugly little mouth the building had been hiding. Human meant worse in one way, better in another. Human could bleed. Human could make mistakes. Human needed air too. "Miguel," I said, and my voice broke on his name. I swallowed and tried again. "Where's the breaker for my bedroom?" He looked toward the front door. "Panel." "No, we tried the panel. It didn't trip. Is there another shutoff?" "For 3B, inside 3B, is the cord feeding from 3B into my room or from my room into 3B? He stared at me. The alarm screamed. "Think," I said. His eyes dropped to the cord. From 3B, it was plugged in there. Runs through the wall. "So if we cut it here?" "No," he said immediately. "Absolutely not," Simon said. "Why?" "Live cable. You cut that with the wrong tool, you die or start a fire right in front of us." The cord jerked again, sliding another inch toward the bedroom. Then the bedroom door opened wider. Slowly, 6 inches, 9. No face appeared, no hand, just more darkness moving like the room was swallowing the hallway. "Close it," Miguel said. "With what?" Simon asked. I looked around. Boxes, air mattress, paint tray in the kitchen, floor lamp in the bedroom, useless now. The folding chair, the chair. It was not beside my desk anymore. I could see that now through the widening gap. The space where the chair had been was empty. My desk sat crooked in the phone light, one drawer open, the chair gone from under it. Then something scraped inside the bedroom again. Wood legs on floor, not moving by itself, being dragged. A man's voice came from the dark. "Stop pulling the line." The 3 of us froze. It was not loud. It was not theatrical. It sounded annoyed and winded, like a man under a sink telling someone to hand him the wrench. Real. That was the most horrible part. Miguel lifted the screwdriver higher. "Who's in there?" No answer. "Portland Fire is outside," Miguel shouted. "Police are coming. Come out with your hands visible." A laugh came back, thin, close to a cough. "You think I don't know where they are?" The cord snapped tight again. The carbon monoxide detector chirped from the hallway floor, now faster, competing badly with the main alarm. Simon whispered, "He's been in the wall." "Not in the wall," Miguel said, but his voice had gone strange. "In the renovation unit." "Then how is he in her room?" I knew before Miguel answered. The cutout, the low opening between studs, the dark patch, the closet wall. Someone had made a pass-through from 3B into the back of my closet, or behind the plaster, low enough to crawl through. Not a ghost, not a shadow that stayed under light. A person using darkness as cover because everyone else wanted the explanation to be easier. The man inside coughed, wetly. Then he said, "Miguel, I need that bag." Miguel's expression changed. Recognition, I saw it. Simon saw it too. "You know him?" I asked. Miguel didn't answer quickly enough. "Miguel," he swallowed. "Darren." The man in the bedroom laughed again, and this time there was no humor at all. Darren Bell, 41 male, had not appeared to me as a person until that moment. But later I learned he was one of the subcontractors hired to do demolition and electrical prep in 3B. He was from Biddeford, divorced, with a suspended license, and enough small unpaid judgments that he moved between cash jobs and borrowed trucks. In that hallway, though, he was only a voice in my bedroom, breathing through smoke and plaster dust. "You left the lockbox code the same," Darren said. "Stupid habit." Miguel's jaw flexed. "Come out." "Can't." "Why?" A pause, then very softly Darren said, "Because I dropped it." "What did you drop?" Simon shouted. No answer. Miguel stepped toward the hall. I grabbed his sleeve. "Don't." He pulled free, but not hard. "If he dropped a tool into the wall cavity, if it's on a live cable, he's using you," I said. Maybe I was right. Maybe I just needed to stop someone else from moving toward that room because I could not. Darren shouted, "It's burning, Miguel." That changed everything. Miguel looked at the floor, at the cord, at the smoke pushing under the front door at us. "We have to get that cord unplugged or away from whatever it's touching," he said. The dispatcher's voice crackled. "Do not attempt to handle electrical equipment. Firefighters are entering the building. Entering the building. Not at our door. Not yet." The hallway outside was smoke and a jammed door. The fire escape ladder was chained. The bedroom was occupied by a man who had cut into my wall. No normal route existed anymore. The man inside my room made a pained noise. Then the folding chair flew through the gap in the bedroom door. It didn't fly far. It hit the doorframe, bounced, and crashed into the hall, one leg splintering with a flat crack. But the suddenness of it snapped something in all of us. Simon stumbled back. I screamed before I could stop myself. Miguel surged forward, and Darren came with the chair. He burst out low, not standing, one shoulder hitting the door hard enough to slam it wider. He wore a gray respirator hanging loose around his neck, a dark hoodie, and work pants streaked with white plaster. His hair was matted with sweat. Dust coated his eyebrows and beard. In one hand, he held a utility knife with the blade out. In the other, he clutched the orange cord. He looked smaller than the voice. That almost made it worse. His eyes were frantic and wet from smoke. "Back up," he said. Miguel stopped 6 feet from him, screwdriver in hand. "Darren, put that down." I said, "Back up." Simon shifted beside me. Darren's eyes cut to him. "Don't." The hallway was too narrow. Bathroom door on one side, linen closet on the other. No room to circle. No room to be brave in any graceful way. The cord lay between Darren's boots and Miguel's shoes. The utility knife shook in Darren's hand. "Why were you in my room?" I asked. He looked at me. he had forgotten there were people attached to apartments. I wasn't in your room. You are literally in my room. I was in the wall. That doesn't improve it. His mouth twitched. He might have laughed if his lungs had let him. Instead, he coughed, bent slightly, then recovered and tightened his grip on the knife. Miguel said, "What did you do?" Darren's eyes flicked toward my bedroom, toward the corner. "Stored stuff," he said. "What stuff?" "Tools, copper, some wire. Things that were going to get thrown out." Miguel said, "You were stealing from the job." Darren's face twisted. "They were docking me for things I didn't break. You cut into her wall. It was already bad plaster. You cut into her wall." The truth assembled itself in pieces, each one uglier than the last. The dark patch was not a presence. It was a stain from airflow through an illegal opening, dust from construction, heat from overloaded cords, soot, maybe mildew, maybe every neglected thing in the building collecting in one place. Elaine's chair had moved because someone behind the wall moved it or pushed against the opening. The taps were tools. The dents were attempts to make space. The shadow stayed because the wall was no longer whole. Darren saw us understanding. That made him more dangerous. "I just need my bag," he said. "Then I'm gone." Miguel said, "There's a fire risk. You're done." I said, "I'm gone." He stepped forward. Miguel lifted the screwdriver. Darren lunged. It happened badly. Not choreographed. Not clean. Miguel swung the screwdriver down toward Darren's knife hand, but Darren twisted, and the blade caught Miguel across the forearm. Miguel grunted, more surprised than loud. The screwdriver clattered against the floor. Blood appeared immediately, dark in the flashlight beam, running over his wrist and into his palm. Simon moved then. He threw the nearest thing he had, my paint tray. It hit Darren in the shoulder and splashed half-dried white paint across his hoodie and face. Darren swore, staggered, and dragged the cord with him. The cord pulled tight around his ankle. He fell hard. His forehead hit the hall floor with a sound I felt in my teeth. The utility knife skittered toward the bathroom. I kicked it without thinking. Barefoot. Pain exploded through my toes as my foot caught the metal handle and sent it spinning under the radiator. Not cut, but bruised instantly, deep and bright. I yelped and nearly went down. Simon grabbed me under the arm. Miguel dropped to one knee, clutching his bleeding forearm. Darren groaned. For 1 second, he was down. 1 second was all we had. "Cord," Miguel gasped. "Keep him off the cord." Simon grabbed the broken folding chair from the floor and jammed it against Darren's legs, not striking him exactly, more pinning, desperate and awkward. Darren kicked. The broken chair leg snapped fully off. The cord sparked in the bedroom. A blue-white pop lit the hall. The bedroom filled with a brief, ugly flash, and smoke rolled out darker than before. The detector shrieked now, no longer chirping. Miguel grabbed the screwdriver with his good hand and crawled toward the cord. "We can't cut it." "Then what?" I shouted. "Trip it." "How?" "GFCI maybe. Bathroom." The bathroom was halfway down the hall, right beside Darren. Old buildings had patched systems, weird circuits, outlets where they shouldn't be. The bathroom outlet might share the line, or it might not. Miguel's face said he was guessing. A partial chance. Better than none. The bathroom door was open. The outlet was beside the sink, a white plate with 2 buttons, test and reset. I had noticed it when brushing my teeth. hadn't cared. Now I cared. Darren rolled, trying to get up. Simon shoved the chair frame against him again. Darren hit Simon in the knee with his boot. Simon cried out and fell sideways into the wall, his phone skidding across the floor. The beam spun wildly, ceiling, floor, Darren's painted face, Miguel's blood, the open bedroom door. I dropped low. Smoke was thicker up high. Down near the floor, it was still breathable in sour little gulps. I crawled toward the bathroom. Darren saw me. "No," he rasped. He grabbed my ankle. His hand closed above my heel, hard enough to hurt. I kicked backward with my other foot. My bruised toes screamed. My heel connected with something soft, his cheek, maybe his mouth. He let go with a curse. I lunged into the bathroom. The tile was cold under my palms. My eyes were streaming now. The alarm flattened everything into vibration. I could hear Miguel yelling, Simon coughing, Darren scrambling, sirens below, boots somewhere in the building. I reached the outlet. The little buttons were barely visible in the dim red emergency flash under the door, and the spinning phone light in the hall. Test. Reset. I pressed test. Nothing happened. I pressed harder. Click. For half a second, nothing. Then the floor lamp in my bedroom, somehow still plugged in, popped once and went dead. The orange cord snapped loose from whatever current had held it humming. The sharp electrical smell dropped back, not gone, but no longer building like heat under a sealed lid. Miguel shouted. It tripped. Relief lasted less than one breath. Darren was up, not steady, not thinking clearly. Blood ran from his forehead into one eye. White paint streaked his face. He looked less like a monster than like an injured man making the final bad decision of several bad years. He grabbed Simon from behind and hooked an arm around his neck. Simon made a choked sound. Darren backed toward my bedroom, dragging him. "No one follows," Darren said. Miguel tried to rise and failed, slipping in his own blood. I came out of the bathroom on my hands and knees. Darren had Simon half through the bedroom doorway. The dark room behind them breathed smoke. The hole in the corner, now visible through the doorway, was not large, but the plaster had cracked open around it near the baseboard, revealing a black gap between lath strips and raw studs. That was the shadow. That was what light could not fix. A wound in the wall, hidden under paint. Darren was trying to get back through it, with Simon. "He won't fit," Miguel said, voice hoarse. "Darren, he won't fit. I need time." "For what?" I asked. Darren's eyes snapped to me. "For my bag." Even then, even now, he was thinking about the bag, not the alarms, not the fire risk, not Simon's hands clawing at his forearm. The bag. I looked into my bedroom. Near the closet, half inside the torn opening, was a black duffel, the one he had dropped. It sat wedged behind the dark corner, strap hooked on splintered lath. Something copper glinted through the torn zipper. Tools, wire, maybe more, evidence. Motive. The whole stupid, dangerous reason. I said, "Take it." Miguel looked at me. "Nora, take it," I repeated to Darren. "Let Simon go and take it." Darren blinked through blood and paint. For a second, greed beat panic. He shoved Simon forward into the hall and reached back for the duffel. Simon collapsed, coughing, one hand at his throat. Darren turned away from us. That was the mistake. Miguel threw the screwdriver. It wasn't elegant. He threw it underhand, weak from blood loss. It struck Darren behind the knee, not hard enough to injure seriously, but enough to buckle him. The same time, Simon, from the floor, kicked the orange cord. It tangled around Darren's boot. Darren fell backward into the bedroom, hitting the door with his shoulder. I moved without thinking, grabbed the broken folding chair, and rammed it against the door, using the remaining legs like a wedge. "Push," I shouted. Simon crawled up beside me. Miguel got one shoulder against the hall wall and shoved with his good arm. Darren slammed into the other side. The door bounced open an inch. We pushed it back. Again. The chair cracked. Darren screamed, wordless, furious, terrified. Then from the front of the apartment came the sound of splintering wood. The front door. Firefighters. "Here," I screamed. "We're here." Darren hit the bedroom door once more. The chair gave way. The door opened 4 inches. His hand came through, fingers clawing at the frame, white paint under the nails, knuckles raw. Miguel grabbed the wrist with both hands despite his cut and twisted down. Darren howled. Simon shoved the door with his shoulder. I kicked the broken chair leg under the gap and jammed it hard with my heel. My bruised toes lit up with pain so sharp I nearly vomited. The front door finally burst inward. Air changed. Heavy boots thundered into the apartment. Flashlights cut through smoke. Voices layered over the alarm. "Portland Fire, call out. 3 here," Simon shouted or tried to. It came out ragged. 1 in the bedroom. A firefighter in full gear reached us first, broad and masked, and impossibly solid. Another was behind him with a Halligan tool. Hands pulled me back, pulled Simon. Miguel protested, trying to keep hold of Darren's wrist, then lost his grip when a firefighter took over. "Knife," I shouted. "Knife under the bathroom radiator." Copy. The bedroom door slammed open. 2 firefighters went in low, one with a light, one with the tool. Darren shouted once. Then he was on the floor. Then he was not shouting, not unconscious, not dead, just contained, coughing, swearing, human. The duffel came out next, kicked clear of the doorway. Then the room behind him filled with flashlight beams, and for the first time I saw the corner properly. The paint had blistered. The plaster had cracked in a crescent near the baseboard, and higher up where heat and pressure had worked from behind. The dark stains spread unevenly around the opening, not in the shape of a person, not in the shape of anything meaningful. Soot, dust, mold, heat, neglect. A shadow made by choices. Firefighters moved fast. One cut power at the panel. Another checked the wall cavity with a thermal camera. Someone guided us toward the living room window, while others forced the front door wider and cleared the hall. Police arrived in the blur after that, dark uniforms and questions and radios. The pizza delivery woman was still in the alley, shouting that she had called, that people were inside, that the fire escape ladder was chained. Miguel sat on the floor by the kitchen cabinets, pale and sweating, a firefighter wrapping his forearm in gauze. Blood had soaked his sleeve. Simon leaned against the wall near the window, coughing so hard his whole body folded around it. Red marks were already rising on his throat, where Darren's arm had been. I sat on the air mattress because my legs stopped working. A firefighter crouched in front of me. "Can you walk?" I looked at my foot. My toes had begun to swell, purple forming under the skin. I think so, I said. Then I tried to stand and made a sound I didn't recognize. Okay, he said very calmly. Not well. They got us out through the front, not the fire escape. The stairwell had smoke, but no open flames. The source, they kept saying, was contained. Electrical hazard, overheated cord, smoldering debris in the wall cavity. Renovation materials. No active structure fire now. Contained. That word again. Outside on Congress Street, under the harsh wash of emergency lights, the building looked smaller than it had from inside. Neighbors stood in socks and coats. Someone held a cat carrier. Someone else cried into a phone. Traffic crept past, drivers slowing to stare. Darren came out in handcuffs with a blanket over his shoulders, his face streaked white and red. He did not look at me. He looked at the ground like he had lost something important. Maybe he had. Miguel was loaded into an ambulance for stitches. Simon sat on the bumper beside me, while another EMT checked his throat and oxygen. His hands shook so badly he had to hold them between his knees. "You okay?" I asked. He gave me a look. "Stupid question," I said. "Very." We sat there breathing cold air that hurt less than the air upstairs. My phone buzzed until I finally looked. "Tessa," I answered. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then she said, "Are you outside?" "Yes." "Are you hurt?" My foot smoke. I don't know. Her breath caught. She tried to hide it and failed. "Okay, stay with the EMTs. Do not minimize, say everything." "I know. You don't actually, but say it anyway." I almost laughed. It came out as a cough. Behind me, a firefighter carried the black duffel out of the building in gloved hands. Evidence. The shadow had an explanation. A man, a wall, a cord, a bag of stolen copper and tools, a building full of shortcuts, bad repairs, and people hoping every small wrong thing would stay small. The conflict was over in the practical sense. Darren was caught. The cord was dead. The wall was open. The firefighters were inside my apartment, turning the dark corner into a scene with photographs and measurements and reports. But when I looked up at my third-floor window, bright now with emergency lights sweeping across the glass, I could still see the corner in my mind. Not as a mystery anymore, as a place where someone had been close enough to hear me talking to myself, close enough to move a chair, close enough to wait behind a wall while I slept in the next room and told myself I was safe because the lights were on. By the time the EMT asked me for the third time whether I had lost consciousness, I had started lying by accident. "No," I said. Then I looked at Tessa's name glowing on my phone screen, her earlier warning still sitting in my ear like a hand on the back of my neck, and corrected myself. "I don't think so," I said, "but I got dizzy when we were still inside." The EMT, a woman named Kelly, whose badge I kept staring at, because focusing on letters was easier than focusing on the building, nodded and wrote that down. She was maybe late 30s female, with a clipped brown ponytail, and the practical gentleness of someone who had seen people apologize for bleeding on worse nights than mine. Any chest pain? No. Headache? Yes. Rated 4, maybe 5. Any nausea? I almost said no, because saying yes felt like making trouble. Then Simon, sitting beside me on the ambulance bumper with an oxygen mask dangling under his chin, rasped, She nearly threw up when she stood. I glared at him. He shrugged, then winced and touched the red marks on his throat. You told your friend you'd say everything. I hate you a little. Healthy response. Kelly glanced between us and wrote more things down. The street had become a temporary waiting room. Congress Street was striped with red and white light, wet pavement reflecting every flash. Neighbors stood in mismatched coats and pajama pants, some wrapped in blankets, some filming until a police officer told them to stop. The pizza delivery woman, whose name I later learned was Marcy, kept saying she had orders in her car and then not leaving. Her stack of pizza boxes had gone cold on the hood of the white van in the alley. Miguel was in the other ambulance. I could see him through the open doors, his arm wrapped in gauze, his face turned away as a paramedic cleaned the cut. He looked older under emergency lights. Smaller too. The building superintendent, who had arrived with tools and answers, was now just a man with blood on his sleeve and plastered dust in his hair. When the police took Darren out, most of the neighbors went quiet. No one booed. No one shouted. This wasn't that kind of neighborhood, or maybe real fear doesn't know what to do when it finally sees the person responsible. He came down the steps with his hands cuffed in front, a blanket over his shoulders, white paint crusted along one side of his face. A firefighter walked behind him, carrying the black duffel in gloved hands. Darren looked toward the van in the alley. Not at me, not at Miguel, at the van. That detail bothered me later. At the time, I only noticed it and stored it in the same numb way I noticed my bare feet were freezing, and one toenail had split from kicking the utility knife. A police officer took my statement in the back of the ambulance. Officer Hannah Keene, 42, female, had short gray blonde hair, tired eyes, and a voice that never rose even when the radio at her shoulder crackled over her questions. She asked me to start from the beginning, then stopped me when I tried to make it smaller. Don't summarize yet, she said. Just tell it in order. So I did. The stain, the paint, Elaine's call, Miguel, the power, Simon, the hallway, 3 be the cord, the door, Darren. When I got to the part where I pressed the test button on the bathroom outlet, Kelly looked up sharply. You crawled into the hall during smoke exposure. I stayed low. That's not a yes or no answer. Officer Keene's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. I know, I said. It was stupid. It may have kept the line from overheating further, Kelly said, then added, still stupid. Simon pointed at me weakly. That's what I said. You said nothing of the kind. I implied it with my whole body. His voice was damaged, scraped down to a whisper. Every sentence cost him. Still, he kept talking, probably because the alternative was sitting still with what had happened. Officer Keene took his statement too, then Miguel's, when the paramedics finished bandaging him. Firefighters went in and out of the building. One of them, Captain Reeves, a broad man with soot on his helmet and the calm impatience of a person who hated preventable disasters, gave the short version to the officers while I listened. No open flames in my unit. Smoldering debris in the wall cavity. Improper extension cord use. Possible illegal electrical work. Cut through between 3B and the wall behind my closet. Stolen copper and fixtures in the duffel. The hallway smoked mostly from overheated material in 3B and smoke migration through old framing cavities. The word cavities made my skin tighten. It sounded anatomical, like the building had a body and someone had been crawling through the soft places. They took me to the hospital because my oxygen level was a little low, and my foot looked worse once my adrenaline stopped doing unpaid labor. Simon went too. Miguel refused at first. Then Kelly told him he could either sit in the ambulance or bleed in front of 6 firefighters who would all judge him. He sat. At Maine Medical Center, everything became fluorescent and slow. A nurse taped a pulse oximeter to my finger. Someone took my blood pressure. They checked my lungs, cleaned the scraped skin on my foot, and X-rayed my toes. Nothing broken, just badly bruised, one split nail, soft tissue swelling. The kind of injury that hurts enough to be embarrassing because no one can point to a dramatic fracture and say, "There, that's why you're limping." Simon had bruising on his throat and smoke irritation, but no airway damage. Miguel needed 12 stitches in his forearm. The knife had missed anything major, though the doctor told him he was lucky in the flat tone medical people use when they don't want you to enjoy the word. Tessa arrived at 3:40 a.m. She had driven from Massachusetts in clothes that looked thrown on in the dark. Leggings, an old college sweatshirt, hair pulled into a severe knot. She found me in a curtained bay with a paper cup of water in my hand, and one foot wrapped like a very small, stupid mummy. For a second, she just stood there. Then she crossed the room and hugged me carefully, avoiding the monitor wires and my sore ribs. "You absolute idiot," she whispered into my hair. "I know, you almost died for evidence. I know. You are not allowed to say 'I know' like that fixes it. I know." She pulled back and looked at me. We both started laughing, quietly, badly, the kind of laughter that is mostly exhaustion leaving through the wrong door. Then she cried, which was worse. Tessa didn't cry often. She got angry. She got organized. She made lists. Seeing her wipe her face with the heel of her hand made the whole night feel real in a way the alarms and smoke hadn't. "I'm sorry," I said. She shook her head. "Don't apologize. Just stop auditioning for being fine." That sentence stayed with me. The property manager came to the hospital around 8 in the morning. His name was Paul Whitcomb, 52 male, and he wore a wool coat over business clothes, as if dressing like an apology might make one appear. I had spoken to him twice before, both times about lease paperwork. In person, he smelled faintly of coffee and cold air, and kept folding his hands together like he was preparing for a difficult meeting with shareholders instead of tenants who had nearly choked on smoke. He said the company would cover hotel rooms. He said they were cooperating fully. He said they had no prior knowledge of unauthorized access between units. Tessa, standing beside my bed with her arms crossed, asked, "What about the previous tenant's complaints?" Paul blinked. "I'm sorry, Elaine Mercer." His face changed by about 2 millimeters. "Enough." Officer Keene, who had come by for follow-up questions and was standing near the curtain, noticed too. Paul said, "I'd have to check the records." Tessa said, "Do that." I almost told her to stop, out of reflex. "Don't make it worse. Don't be rude." Don't give them a reason to call you difficult. Then I didn't. I looked at Paul and said, I want copies of all maintenance tickets for my unit, and 3B mine, Elaine's, all of it. He gave the kind of smile people give when they want to put a request in a drawer and close it gently. Officer Keene said, preserve those records. The smile went away. Elaine called me 2 days later. By then, I was in a hotel near the Old Port with Tessa sleeping in the second bed, one arm thrown over her eyes. The room had clean white sheets, sealed windows, and a framed print of a lighthouse above the desk. It should have felt safe. Instead, I had moved the desk chair in front of the closet and kept the bathroom light on all night. When Elaine's number appeared, I stepped into the hallway to answer. I saw the news, she said. There had been a small article. Contractor arrested after fire scare in Congress Street apartment building. No one seriously injured. Investigation ongoing. The photo showed the building from across the street, my windows dark and ordinary. You were right, I said. I wish I hadn't been. I leaned against the hotel hallway wall. Somewhere down the corridor, an ice machine dropped cubes with a hollow clatter. Why didn't you want me to say your name? Elaine was quiet for so long I thought the call had dropped. Then she said, because after I complained, little things started happening. What kind of things? My mail went missing. My landlord said rent checks arrived late when they hadn't. Someone left a dead mouse in a shoebox outside my door. I shut my eyes. Darren, I never knew. I only knew that every time I made noise, my life became harder in small ways that were difficult to prove. That was the part people who haven't been afraid in practical ways don't understand. Terror is not always a hand over your mouth. Sometimes it is a late fee you know is wrong, a key that suddenly sticks, a person smiling while they call you confused. Elaine said, did they find the chair? What chair? The one I left. I looked down the hotel hallway. You left a chair in the closet, folded flat. I wrote my number under the seat in marker in case someone else saw it. The air seemed to thin around me. Nora, I never found it, I said. But I saw one in your bedroom when I called. You said, that was mine. No, Elaine said softly. I left one. We sat with that. It was small, too small to hand to police as a revelation after everything else. Darren could have thrown it out. Maintenance could have removed it. Elaine could be remembering wrong after months of fear and stress. People misremember objects all the time. Still, a chair was missing from a closet before I ever moved in. I thought of the one Darren had thrown through my door. My chair. Paint splattered, broken, now probably tagged as evidence or tossed in debris. I thought of Elaine placing hers in front of the corner night after night, trying to make a boundary out of furniture. I'll tell Officer Keene, I said. Thank you. Elaine, yes. Did you ever see him? Another long pause. No, she said. That was the worst part. The building stayed condemned for occupancy for 3 weeks. Not officially condemned in the dramatic boarded-up sense, but no tenants were allowed back until the electrical and fire code issues were inspected. The chained fire escape became its own problem. The city inspector did not find it charming. Neither did the fire department. 3B's contractor permits turned out to be incomplete. Darren had been hired through another guy who who had been hired through someone else. A chain of responsibility, so long everyone could point one link away and look innocent. Darren was charged with burglary, reckless conduct, criminal mischief, theft, and a few things that sounded serious, but flat on paper compared to the feeling of hearing his voice in my bedroom. His attorney argued later that he had not intended to hurt anyone. Maybe that was true. Maybe he only intended to steal, hide, cut corners, run illegal power, scare tenants into silence, and keep doing it until a building full of people paid the bill for his desperation. Intent is strange that way. Matters legally. It matters less when you cannot sleep without checking the closet. Miguel kept his job for a while, then quit. He called me once, awkwardly, to apologize. I should have checked more, he said. You came back, I told him. After you called, you still came. He was quiet. Elaine called 2 months ago. I sat up in the hotel bed. She called you, left messages. I thought, he exhaled. I thought she was scared and making connections. We get tenants who hear pipes, mice, neighbors. Old buildings make everyone a little jumpy. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wanted to punish him with silence. Part of me did. Another part remembered his arm bleeding while he held Darren's wrist in the doorway. Me too, I said. It was not forgiveness. Not exactly. It was the closest thing I had. Simon and I became the kind of neighbors who know too much about each other to go back to nodding over mail. He stayed with a friend for a week, then found a different apartment in East Bayside. He texted me a picture after moving in, a bright bedroom with 2 windows and no shared closet wall. No shadows, he wrote. I replied, give it time. He sent back a thumbs down and then, 10 seconds later, you're horrible. Good, I wrote, healing. Tessa stayed with me until I stopped pretending I didn't need her. That took 4 days. Maybe 5. She drove back to Somerville, only after making me promise to see a counselor. And after installing 3 battery-powered alarms in my hotel room, which was excessive and exactly what I needed. I never slept in apartment 3C again. When I returned with a police escort to collect my belongings, the bedroom had been stripped open. The wall by the closet was gone from floor to shoulder height, exposing studs, old lath, wiring, and the rough gap into 3B without paint, without darkness, without my imagination working against me. It looked pathetic. A crude hole, bad carpentry, dust in the corners, black heat stains where the cord had rubbed and warmed the wood over time. The shadow had been removed with a crowbar. Still, I stood in the doorway and could not step in until Officer Keene said, "Take your time." I wanted to tell her not to be kind. Kindness made me slow. Kindness made the room tilt. I packed my clothes, my laptop, the blue mug, the books that didn't smell like smoke. I left the bed frame. I left the floor lamp. I left the paint tray, dried solid white, on the kitchen counter. At the last minute, I went back to the bedroom. On the exposed baseboard near the torn wall, under a crust of paint and plaster dust, there were small marks I hadn't noticed before. Not words, not symbols, just shallow lines grouped in sets. 4 vertical scratches, then 3, then 5, maybe from tools, maybe from furniture, maybe from some previous repair. Maybe from Elaine's chair scraping the same spot every night as she moved it into place. I took a photo. When I showed Officer Keene, she looked at it for a while. "Could be old," she said. "I know, could be from the chair. I know, could be nothing. I know." But she did not delete the photo. She asked me to send it to her email, and I did. That is where the story ends in any official version. A tenant noticed a stain. A contractor had been illegally accessing wall space. Faulty extension cord. Small fire risk. Arrest made. No fatalities. Insurance claim pending. Housing violation investigation ongoing. All true, but truth on paper has no smell. It does not smell like wet paint warming in bad air. It does not make the tiny sound of a wall being tapped from the other side. It does not show you a man's fingers curling through a bedroom door gap while your own foot throbs and your neighbor coughs on the floor. I live in a different apartment now, in South Portland, on the second floor of a newer building, with boring beige walls and sprinkler heads in every room. My bedroom has 2 lamps. The closet backs onto my own bathroom. I checked. Most nights, I sleep fine. Some nights, the refrigerator clicks off, or the baseboard heat ticks as it cools, or someone in the unit above me drops a shoe, and I am back in that hallway with the alarm shaking my teeth and the front door refusing to open. On those nights, I turn on the light, then another, then the one in the closet. The corners brighten the way corners should. That helps, usually. Last week, while unpacking the final box I had avoided for months, I found a scrap of paper tucked between 2 books. It was folded once, soft at the crease, with a phone number written in black marker. Elaine's number. I don't know how it got there. Maybe I wrote it down during the call and forgot. Maybe Tessa did. Maybe it came from a box of papers I swept off the kitchen counter after the fire. On the back, in different handwriting, were 3 words: "Use the chair." I told myself it was Elaine's note. I told myself I must have packed it without thinking. Then I put it in a plastic bag and stored it with the police paperwork. Because healing, I've learned, does not mean forcing yourself to ignore the thing that doesn't fit. It means turning the lights on and checking the corner anyway. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I took the night shift at a gas station, but Pump 7 only works after midnight is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. Pump 7 clicked on by itself at 12:03 a.m., and the first thing I did was blame the wind. That sounds stupid now, but there was a wind that night, the kind that came down off the low Pennsylvania hills and dragged every loose thing with it: receipt paper, cigarette wrappers, the plastic flap on the ice freezer, the metal chain on the propane cage. The handle on Pump 7 jumped once in its cradle, gave a dry little clack, and the screen flashed from black to blue. No car sat in front of it. No card had been swiped. No one was standing out there, except a trash bag snagged against the curb, breathing in and out like something asleep. My name is Mara Ellison, 29, female, and that was my 4th night working the overnight shift at the Sunoco, just off Route 11, a few miles north of Scranton, Pennsylvania, where the highway noise never fully went away, and the air always smelled faintly of diesel, coffee grounds, and wet asphalt. I took the job because I needed money that didn't ask many questions. My dad's house in Clark's Summit had been sitting half-packed since he died in February. I was behind on 2 bills, and I had developed a bad habit of saying yes to anything that gave me a schedule and a reason not to sit alone in that quiet kitchen. The private truth was simpler and uglier. I was afraid of empty hours, not the dark exactly, not ghosts. I didn't believe in anything that convenient. I was afraid of that stretch between midnight and dawn, when every mistake you had ever made seemed to pull up a chair. The gas station gave me fluorescent lights, stock lists, lottery tickets to count, bathrooms to check, a bell over the door. Little things, tasks, noise. Inside, the coffee machine was hissing through a rinse cycle. The hot dog rollers turned with a soft, greasy whir, though nobody had bought one since 10. Above me, one ceiling tile had a brown water stain shaped like a bent thumb. I had just finished mopping a spill by the nacho cheese pump when I heard Pump 7 wake up. The register screen reflected my face back at me, pale under the store lights, hair twisted into a clip, name tag crooked because the pin had broken, and I'd fixed it with tape. I stared through the window. Pump 7 sat under the far edge of the canopy, the one closest to the drainage ditch and the dark service road that ran behind the station. Its numbers glowed bright enough to paint the concrete blue. The hose hung still. The nozzle stayed seated. Then the speaker above it crackled, not loud, just a short pop, like an old radio clearing its throat. I reached for the phone beside the register and stopped with my fingers on the receiver. There were normal reasons for machines to act weird. That was something my manager had said during training, almost proudly, like every broken thing in the store had a personality we were supposed to respect. Moisture got behind screens. Card readers froze. Pump sensors stuck when temperatures dropped too fast. The station was 24 years old, and half the equipment seemed to run on electrical tape, patience, and threats. Still, I didn't like that it was Pump 7. Everyone at the store had a little superstition about it, though they never called it that. They called it the problem child, or the dead one, or that piece of crap by the ditch. During the day, it worked when it wanted to. After dinner, it usually declined every card. Between 10 and midnight, it often shut itself off completely. The company had sent text twice. They replaced the keypad, then the card reader, then wrote something on a clipboard and left. "Don't stress about 7, my manager had told me. If it's down, it's down." The manager's name was Dean Mercer, 46, male, and he had introduced himself on my first night by handing me a box cutter and saying, "Don't cut toward your stomach unless you want the night to get interesting." Dean was from Wilkes-Barre with a smoker's voice, a graying beard trimmed close to his jaw, and the exhausted calm of a man who had spent too many years solving problems that should have belonged to corporate. He treated the gas station like a stubborn animal. Feed it. Watch it. Don't put your hand near its mouth. Dean wasn't there that night. Nobody was supposed to be there with me after 11, except whichever customers wandered in for gas, cigarettes, or bad coffee. The pump speaker crackled again. I leaned closer to the glass, cupping one hand around my eyes. The canopy lights buzzed above the pump islands, turning the drizzle into silver threads. Beyond the last patch of concrete, the ditch dropped into a black strip full of weeds, beer cans, and standing water. Past that, the service road curved behind a line of pines and disappeared toward the old quarry lots. A tractor trailer groaned down Route 11 without slowing. Its tires hissed on wet pavement. Red taillights smeared across the window and vanished. The pump screen changed, authorizing. My stomach tightened, not with terror, but with the aggravating feeling of being responsible for something I did not understand. I picked up the phone and called the number Dean had taped under the counter. He answered on the 5th ring, voice thick with sleep. "Store on fire?" "No," I said. "Sorry, it's Mara." "Then somebody better be robbing you." "No, pump 7 just turned on." A pause. Sheets rustled. Somewhere near him, a dog barked once. "What do you mean turned on?" "I mean the screen came up. It says authorizing. There's no car there." Another pause, longer this time. Hit stop on the console. I looked at the register screen and tapped the pump control panel. Pump 7 showed active in green. "Already active," I said. "No sale amount." Hit stop. I did. The button flashed, then went gray. Outside, pump 7 stayed lit. Mara. It didn't shut off. Dean exhaled through his nose. I could picture him sitting up now, rubbing his face. "Okay. That happens sometimes if the dispenser loses handshake with the POS. That sounds fake. It is fake. Everything here is fake. Go outside, lift the nozzle, hang it back up, and see if it resets." I stared at the pump. Dean must have heard my silence. His voice softened a little. "You don't have to if there's somebody out there. Lock the door and call me back. There's nobody. Then take the store phone with you. Keep the door propped so it doesn't lock. And don't step in that ditch. We had a guy twist his ankle there last winter, and he tried to sue us." That was Dean. Practical fear only. I hung up, slid the cordless from its base, and walked around the counter. The store made its usual overnight sounds around me. Cooler fans, compressor hum, the tiny plastic tick of the lottery display changing numbers. From the back office came the faint buzz of the security monitor. 4 grainy camera feeds showing the pumps, the front counter, the beer cave, and the rear door. For a second, I watched the monitor instead of going outside. Pump 7 appeared in the top left square, washed out by rain and glare. Empty concrete, bright screen. No person, no car. Then, on the feed, a thin white strip fluttered near the pump base. A receipt. I frowned. The thermal printer at pump 7 wasn't supposed to work. Dean had said it jammed so often they stopped loading paper. Customers complained during the day and came inside for receipts instead. The strip curled out another inch. I told myself old paper had been stuck inside, moisture expanding, wind tugging it loose. Normal, annoying, but normal. I grabbed my jacket from the hook near the office. pushed through the door, and stepped into the night. The cold hit the damp spot on my shirt where mop water had splashed me. The canopy lights buzzed louder outside, a hard electrical sound that seemed to settle in my teeth. Rain misted sideways. The whole lot shone black and yellow, puddles trembling whenever a truck passed on the road. I crossed past pump 3, then pump 5. Halfway there, the speaker above pump 7 popped again. I stopped. No voice came through. No announcement. Just static. "Don't start," I said, because talking to machines felt less embarrassing than admitting I was talking to myself. I kept walking. At pump 7, the screen still said authorizing. The keypad glowed. The card slot blinked green, patient as a breathing light on a sleeping laptop. A receipt had indeed pushed out from the printer, but only a narrow tail of it showed, slick with mist. I lifted the nozzle. The pump motor kicked on beneath my hand. It was immediate. A heavy internal thunk, then a low vibration traveling up the hose and into my wrist. The smell of gasoline sharpened, raw and metallic, cutting through the damp air. I flinched and squeezed the handle by accident. Gas spat onto the concrete. Not much. A cough of fuel, enough to splatter my shoe. Damn it. I released the handle and shoved the nozzle back into the cradle. The motor stopped. The numbers on the display reset to zeros, then flickered. Sale canceled, then, please remove receipt. I pulled the receipt free. It tore too easily, soft from the wet. I folded it under the canopy light and expected blank paper or the ghost gray smudge of old heat damage. Instead, there were numbers. No card type, no dollar total, no gallons, just a timestamp printed cleanly near the bottom. 12:07 a.m. Below that, in blocky thermal print, see attendant. I stared at it longer than I should have. The wind pushed rain against the side of my face. Somewhere in the drainage ditch, water trickled through a crushed plastic bottle, making a hollow glug, 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 like someone emptying a jug. I took the receipt inside and locked the door behind me. On the security monitor, the top left camera feed flickered once, then stabilized. Pump 7 was dark again. I called Dean back. "You reset it?" he asked. "Yeah, good. It printed a receipt. That printer doesn't work." "I know. What did it say?" I looked down at the damp strip in my hand. The letters were already beginning to blur at the edges from my fingers. "See attendant." Dean was quiet. This time, I didn't fill the silence. Finally, he said, "Put it in the drawer." "Why?" "Because if corporate asks about phantom transactions, I need paper." "That's your answer." "That is my awake at midnight answer." I almost laughed. Almost. "Has it done this before?" Another little pause. "Mara, what? You're 4 nights in. I can count." "I'm saying don't let this place get under your skin. Machines glitch. Customers lie. Drivers come in drunk, tired, angry, high, lost, lonely, whatever. The pumps are just pumps." "But 7. "The pumps are just pumps," he repeated, firmer this time. Then the bell over the front door jingled. I turned. A man stepped in wearing a tan work coat darkened at the shoulders from rain. He was tall, maybe mid-30s, with close-cropped hair and the squint of someone who spent a lot of time driving in bad weather. His boots squeaked on the tile. He smelled faintly of cigarette smoke and cold air. The man's name, as I later learned from the debit card he slapped on the counter, was Owen Rusk, 34, male, a tow truck driver from Dixon City who worked nights for a garage that handled breakdowns along I-81 and Route 11. At that moment, he was just another exhausted customer, the kind who came in with road grit in the creases of his hands and treated coffee like medication. He glanced at the phone in my hand. "You open?" "Yeah," I said, and hung up before Dean could ask who had come in. Owen walked straight to the coffee station, pump 7 acting up. My eyes moved to the window before I could stop them. Owen noticed. One corner of his mouth lifted, but there wasn't much humor in it. "Figures. You use it. Not if I can help it." He filled a large coffee, added 2 creamers, then changed his mind and added 2 more. The plastic lids rattled under his hand. He seemed tired enough to fall asleep standing, but his attention kept drifting outside, toward the far pump. When he came to the counter, I rang up the coffee and a pack of spearmint gum. "Why not?" I asked. "Why not what? Why don't you use pump 7? He tapped his card. The reader beeped approval. "Because it only likes certain people." I waited for him to smile like it was a joke. He didn't. The receipt printer behind me chirped. I tore his receipt and handed it over. "That's supposed to mean something?" I asked. Owen tucked the gum into his coat pocket. "Means I've seen guys pull up there before midnight and fight with it for 5 minutes. Card declined, pump unavailable, see cashier, all that crap. Then after midnight, somebody rolls in with no plates or a temp tag, and it works like it's brand new. People with no plates, sometimes. You tell anyone." He gave me a look that was not unkind, just worn down. "Lady, I tow cars. If I called the cops every time I saw something weird at a gas station after midnight, I'd never get home." Outside, headlights swept across the pumps. Owen turned before I did. A dark sedan rolled slowly into the lot from the service road behind the station instead of the main entrance. It didn't pull up to the front. It circled once, tires whispering over wet concrete, then stopped near pump 7 without lining up close enough to fuel. Its headlights shut off. The lot seemed to shrink. Owen set his coffee on the counter. "Friend of yours?" I asked. "No." The sedan sat there with its engine running. Exhaust drifted low behind it. I looked for a license plate and couldn't see one from that angle. Maybe there was a temporary tag in the back window. Maybe the rain and glare hid it. Maybe I was letting Owen's tone crawl into my head. The pump screen stayed dark. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the bell over the door jingled again. A woman stepped in, pulling her hood down with both hands. She was younger than Owen, with a round face flushed pink from the cold, and a county emergency services badge clipped to her jacket. She carried a clipboard under one arm and a half-eaten granola bar in the other. Her name was Tessa Mal, 26, female, and she worked as an EMT out of Scranton, though that night she was off duty and driving back from checking on her mother in Waverly. She had the quick, assessing eyes of someone trained to notice whether people were bleeding, breathing, lying, or about to faint. She came in for windshield washer fluid and peanut M&Ms, ordinary things, but she paused as soon as she saw Owen standing still at the counter. "What?" she asked him. Owen nodded toward the window. Tessa looked. Her expression changed only a fraction. "Oh, you know that car?" I asked. "No," she said, "too fast." That was the snap of unease. Not the pump, not the receipt, not even the sedan sitting there with its lights off and the engine running. It was 3 adults in a brightly lit gas station, pretending not to recognize the same bad shape forming in front of them. The phone rang in my hand. I jumped and nearly dropped it. Dean's name blinked on the caller ID. I answered, keeping my eyes on the sedan. "Yeah, everything okay?" Dean asked. Before I could reply, pump 7 lit up again. Blue screen, green card slot, same dry clack of the handle settling in its cradle. The sedan's driver's side door opened. No one got out right away. Owen said quietly, "Lock the door." Tessa said, "Don't, not yet." I looked from one to the other. The choice landed there, ugly and practical. Lock the door and pretend the person outside was someone else's problem, or keep the station open, follow policy, and ask a stranger at pump 7 what they needed after midnight. Dean's voice crackled through the phone. "Mara, talk to me." Outside, a hand emerged from the sedan and rested on the open door. I reached for the lock. Then I stopped. The hand on the sedan door stayed there, pale under the canopy lights, fingers spread against the wet black paint like whoever sat inside needed a second to remember how to stand. I had my thumb on the lock. Owen watched me from beside the counter. His coffee sat untouched, the lid steaming. Tessa had stopped halfway between the washer fluid display and the front door, her hood bunched around her neck, her badge catching little white flashes from the fluorescent lights. Dean was still on the phone. "Mara," he said, and his voice had lost the drowsy edge. "What are you seeing?" "A car at 7, I said. "What kind?" "Dark sedan." Came in from the back. "Plate, I can't see it." "Lock the door." Owen nodded once, like that settled it. Tessa shook her head. There might be someone hurt. The hand outside slipped, caught the top of the door, then vanished back into the sedan. That did it. Not because I was brave. I want to be honest about that. I was standing in a gas station at 12:15 in the morning with a broken pump glowing outside and 2 strangers arguing in my store. And every part of me wanted to turn the lock, drop behind the counter, and let the security cameras do whatever security cameras were supposed to do. But my flaw has always been that I confuse responsibility with punishment. If something bad is happening near me, I assume there's a bill with my name on it. "My dad fell in his kitchen," I said before I knew I was going to say it. Owen looked at me. "What?" I swallowed. The words had come out dry. "He was alone for 6 hours before a neighbor checked. I'm not locking the door if somebody's hurt 10 yards away." Dean said, "Mara, no." Tessa moved then, quick and practical, like she'd been waiting for permission from someone, and decided she didn't need it. "I'm going with you." "No," Owen said. "Yes, you're off duty. That doesn't make my eyes stop working." Owen let out a short breath through his nose, annoyed and scared at the same time. "You two are unbelievable." "You can stay inside," Tessa said. He grabbed his coffee, set it on the nearest shelf without drinking it, and muttered, "Yeah, because that'll look great in the statement." I held up one hand, phone pressed between my shoulder and ear. "Dean, what's the policy if someone might be injured outside?" The policy is call 911 and do not engage if you feel unsafe. That's not really an answer. That is exactly an answer. Tessa had already pulled her phone out. I'll call county if we need them. Let's look first. Don't hang up, Dean said. I didn't. I placed the cordless on speaker and set it on the counter by the register, loud enough that Dean could hear us if we stayed near the front. Then I reached under the counter and took the box cutter from the drawer. Owen saw it and gave me a look. You planning to duel somebody with that? I'm planning to not have empty hands. Keep it closed, Tessa said. If police show up, you don't want to be the person holding a blade. She was right. I folded it shut and shoved it into my jacket pocket anyway. The front door gave its little bell sound when I opened it. It sounded too cheerful. Cold, wet air slid into the store. The smell outside had changed. Earlier, it had been rain and old gasoline. Now there was something else under it, hot and sharp, like overheated plastic or brakes after a long downhill. The sedan idled at a crooked angle near Pump 7, not close enough for the hose to reach unless the driver dragged it hard. Its engine ticked unevenly. The driver's door hung open maybe a foot. No interior light came on. That bothered me more than it should have. Tessa walked in front, one hand out at her side to keep us back. Owen followed to my left, scanning the lot, not the car. That seemed to be his habit. He looked at corners, shadows, the service road, the ditch. I looked at the open door. Sir, Tessa called. Ma'am, is everything okay? No answer. Pump 7 hummed. The display had changed from authorizing to lift handle. The nozzle remained in place. Anyone in the car? I asked. Can't see, Tessa said. Rain tapped on the canopy roof. Somewhere above us, loose metal clicked against a pole in a nervous rhythm. Tessa took 2 more steps. The person in the driver's seat made a sound. Not a scream, not even a word, a wet, squeezed grunt. Tessa's whole body changed. Her shoulders lowered, her voice steadied. Okay, I hear you, I'm Tessa. I'm an EMT. I'm going to come closer. Owen cursed softly. Of course. We reached the sedan. A man was slumped behind the wheel. He was maybe early 40s male, with a shaved head and a gray hoodie zipped under a black jacket. His face was turned toward the center console, cheek pressed near the gear shift. A dark smear ran from his hairline down past his ear. His right hand clutched his stomach. His left hand was wedged under the steering wheel, fingers twitching. Tessa opened the door wider. The interior smelled like blood, cigarettes, and that burnt plastic smell. My mind tried to reject the blood part at first. It filed it as pennies, rust, wet metal, anything else. Then the dome light flickered on, weak and yellow, and I saw the front of his hoodie. Blood had soaked the lower half of it. Oh, Jesus, Owen said. Tessa was already moving. Mara, call 911 now. Tell them adult male, bleeding, altered consciousness, gas station off Route 11 north of Scranton. Owen, do not move him unless I say. The man's eyes fluttered. Hey, Tessa said, leaning in but not touching his abdomen yet. Can you tell me your name? His lips moved. I pulled out my cell phone with hands that felt clumsy and too large. The screen didn't recognize my face because rain had speckled it. I punched in my passcode wrong once, then again. Mara, Tessa snapped. I'm doing it. Dean's voice crackled faintly from the store phone behind us, distant and useless. "What's happening?" the man coughed. His body folded around the wound. Tessa pressed both hands over his stomach hard. He made a low animal sound, and I finally got 911 open. The dispatcher answered with that calm, practiced tone that made the situation feel both real and impossible. 911, what is the address of your emergency? I gave it. My voice shook on the highway number. The dispatcher asked what happened. I don't know. A man drove up bleeding. He's in a car at pump 7. He's conscious but not talking. Is the scene safe? I looked around. The service road behind the station was dark. The ditch weeds moved in the wind. The sedan's engine sputtered. I don't know, I said. That answer changed the dispatcher's tone by a hair. Are there any weapons visible? No, Tessa, I asked. Weapons? She didn't look up. I can't see his right side. Keep back. Owen leaned, careful, peering through the rear window. Back seats full of junk, bags, blanket. Can't tell. The dispatcher told us police and EMS were being sent. She told us not to remove anything from the wound if we found an object, to apply pressure, to move away if there was any threat. Tessa looked at me. Ask how long. I repeated it. The dispatcher didn't give a promise. They never do. She said units were en route. The man's eyes opened wider. They were gray or blue under the canopy light. They looked flat, washed out. Pump, he whispered. Tessa bent closer. What? Pump. Don't worry about gas right now. His bloody hand tightened around her wrist. 7, he rasped. Owen and I looked at each other. Pump 7 beeped. A cheerful, ordinary beep. The same sound it made when a customer inserted a card. No one had touched it. On the display, lift handle disappeared. Fueling authorized. The motor inside the pump started with a heavy thud. The nozzle was still docked. The numbers stayed at 0. Owen stepped back. Nope. Tessa kept pressure on the wound. Mara, tell the dispatcher the pump just activated by itself. I did. Saying it out loud made it sound ridiculous. The dispatcher paused, then asked if there was fuel leaking. I looked down. At first, no. Then a thin line of gasoline began to creep from under the pump housing. It shone rainbow under the canopy lights, spreading across the wet concrete in a slow fan. Rainwater carried it toward the drainage channel cut near the edge of the island. Owen, Tessa said, voice tight. I see it. The sedan's engine coughed harder. Gasoline and a running engine. Blood and a broken pump. Man gripping Tessa's wrist like he knew something we didn't. The concrete problem finally arrived, plain and urgent. We had an injured man bleeding in a running car beside a pump that had just begun leaking fuel, and the closest shutoff switch was inside the store. I need to hit the emergency stop, I said. Go, Owen said. The man jerked suddenly, not strong but panicked, his shoes scraping against the floor mat. No, no, no. Tessa held him down by the shoulder. Sir, you're bleeding. Stay still. No, stop, he whispered. What does that mean? I asked. His eyes moved to me. For a second, he looked completely lucid, terrified but lucid. Don't shut it off, he said. The gasoline kept spreading. Owen pointed toward the store. Mara hit the stop. The man shook his head against the seat. He'll know. That sentence landed hard. Tessa and Owen both froze for half a beat. Who? Tessa asked. The man's lips trembled. he said after midnight. 7 only. No cameras. Our cameras, I said automatically. His eyes flicked toward the corner of the canopy. The good one's dead. I looked up. The camera above pump 7 was angled down at us, black dome shining with rain. Inside the store, the security monitor had shown this pump. Hadn't it? Or had it shown the pump from the far side, washed out by glare? I couldn't remember. That scared me more than the pump. Owen took charge in the gruff way of a man trying to outrun his own fear. Okay, listen. Gas is leaking. We don't care what some guy told you. We shut it down before this whole place goes up. The injured man's grip tightened again. My daughter. Tessa's face changed. What about your daughter? In the trunk. The world seemed to tilt, not dramatically, not like a movie, but with a sick little shift in priorities. Tessa looked toward the back of the sedan. Owen moved first. He went around the rear, slipped once on wet concrete, caught himself on the trunk lid, and slapped his palm over the license plate area like he meant to steady himself. There's no plate. Mara, Tessa said, keep the dispatcher on. Tell them possible child in trunk. My voice nearly broke when I repeated it. The dispatcher asked if we could confirm. Owen wiped rain from the trunk seam. No keyhole. Interior release maybe. The man in the driver's seat made a sound that might have been a sob. She's quiet. She was crying before. Tessa leaned close to him. What's your name? Evan. Evan, listen to me. How old is your daughter? 8. What's her name? Lily. Is Lily hurt? His eyes slid shut. Tessa shook his shoulder. Evan, is Lily hurt? Don't know. Owen came back around. Trunk won't open. Check the front, Tessa said. Button, lever, anything. I'm not reaching across him while he's bleeding all over the console. I'll do it, I said. Both of them looked at me. Wished I hadn't said it. But I was the smallest, and Tessa's hands were busy keeping Evan from bleeding out. Owen's shoulders were too broad to fit without moving him. The gasoline line had reached the shallow groove in the concrete. It was moving faster now, carried by rainwater. It ran toward the edge of the pump island and the ditch beyond, but some of it had pooled under the sedan. The dispatcher was still talking in my ear. Police were coming. EMS was coming. Stay safe. Do not put yourself in danger. Useful advice from someone not standing in gasoline. I'm going inside to hit the emergency stop, I said, but I didn't move. The choice had split into 2 bad choices. Hit the stop and risk whatever Evan was afraid of, whatever he'll know meant, while delaying the trunk. Or search for the trunk release first, while gasoline leaked under a running car. Tessa made the decision. Mara, kill the pump first, then help Owen with the trunk. Evan's eyes snapped open. No. I'm sorry, Tessa said, and she sounded like she meant it. But if this catches, Lily dies too. That was the truth. It was brutal and clean. I ran. My shoes slipped once between pump 5 and pump 3. The automatic door didn't open fast enough, and I hit it with my shoulder before the sensor caught me. The bell jangled wildly. Dean was shouting from the cordless on the counter. Mara. I slapped the red emergency stop button mounted under the register. A hard clunk echoed from somewhere outside. For 1 second, every pump display went blank. The canopy lights stayed on. Then the store lights flickered. Once, twice. The register screen went black. The coolers stopped humming. The building exhaled into darkness, except for the emergency light over the rear hallway, which clicked on in a weak red glow. "Damn it," I said. The power hadn't gone completely out. The canopy lights still burned outside, but inside the store, everything tied to the POS and pump system had died. The automatic door side halfway shut behind me, then stuck. Dean's voice from the cordless cut into static and vanished. My cell phone still had the dispatcher, but only one bar. "Power just went out inside," I told her. "Are you in a safe location?" "No, outside." Owen shouted something I couldn't make out. I turned toward the window. The sedan's reverse lights flashed white. My first thought was that Evan had bumped the shifter. My second was worse. Someone else was in the car. I shoved the door open and ran back into the rain. Tessa had one hand pressed to Evan's wound and the other braced on the door frame. "He's losing pressure." "Mara, trunk release, now." Owen was at the rear again, banging the flat of his fist against the trunk. "Lily, hey, can you hear me?" No answer came from inside. The sedan lurched backward 6 inches. Owen jumped away. "Parking brake," he yelled. "I can't reach it," Tessa snapped. Evan's foot had slipped against the pedal. Or maybe his body had sagged. Either way, the car was still running, still capable of moving, and now it sat partly over a widening slick of gasoline and rainwater. I climbed into the passenger side. The inside of the sedan was warm and foul. Blood smell, old fast food wrappers, damp upholstery, a sour chemical odor from the back seat. My knee landed on a pile of mail and crushed cans. Evan groaned when I leaned across the console. "Sorry," I said, though I didn't know who I was saying it to. Tessa kept pressure. "Look low by the seat, left side, maybe glove box." The glove box was jammed with napkins, a tire gauge, and an orange prescription bottle with no label. No trunk button. I swept my hand along the lower dash. "Nothing." Owen yelled from the back. "Hurry, I am." My fingers hit a smooth rectangle near the driver's knee. "Button." I pressed it. A click sounded from the trunk. Owen yanked. The trunk opened 2 inches, then stopped. "Something S-tied down," he said. "What?" "Bungee or cable. I need something to cut it." The box cutter in my pocket suddenly felt heavy. I backed out of the car, nearly slipping in the gasoline sheen. My sock was wet. My shoe stank of fuel. I handed Owen the box cutter. He flipped it open and looked at me. "Stay back." Tessa was watching the service road now, not Evan. I followed her gaze. A pair of headlights had appeared beyond the pines. They were low, widely spaced, moving slowly along the rear road with no hurry at all. Not police lights. No red and blue. No siren. Just another vehicle coming from behind the station. Evan saw them too. His face collapsed. "He came," he whispered. The headlights turned toward the gas station entrance. Owen had the trunk open now, but he didn't look inside yet. He stood frozen, box cutter in hand, rain running down his face. From somewhere inside the trunk came one small sound. A child coughing. Then the headlights washed over all of us. The headlights came in low from the rear service road and flattened every shadow under the canopy. For 1 second, nobody moved. Owen stood at the back of Evan's sedan with my box cutter in his right hand and the trunk lid raised above him. Tessa was still half inside the driver's door, both hands pressed against Evan's stomach, her coat sleeves dark at the cuffs. I was near the passenger side, one foot in a rainbow slick of gasoline and rainwater, my cell phone pressed to my ear, while the 911 dispatcher kept asking me questions I could barely process. "Describe the vehicle approaching," she said. "I can't," I whispered. "Headlights, coming from behind the station." "Can you move to a safer location?" I looked around. The station sat like an island. Store to the east, Route 11 beyond it, pumps under the canopy in 2 rows, the drainage ditch and pines to the west, the rear service road curling behind them like a dark vein. Pump 7 was the farthest from the store, closest to the ditch. Evan's sedan blocked the short path between us and the front door. The new vehicle was coming from behind us. A safer location sounded like a joke. Owen snapped out of it first. He leaned into the trunk. "Kid." A small cough came again, followed by a thin, panicked inhale. "Lily," Tessa called, her voice steady even as Evan sagged under her hands. "Lily, my name is Tessa. We're getting you out." "I can't see her," Owen said. "Blanket, bags, some kind of plastic tote." "Jesus, there's a cord." The approaching headlights slowed at the edge of the lot. Then they stopped. The engine idled beyond the reach of the canopy, just past the last stripe of light, where the rear service road met the concrete. I still couldn't see the vehicle, only the glare and a vague square shape behind it. Evan made a sound deep in his throat. "Don't let him." Tessa leaned closer. "Who is he?" Evan's eyes rolled toward the headlights. "Not alone." Owen looked at me. "Inside, now." "What about Lily?" I said now. That was our first attempt at solving it. Get the child out and retreat into the locked store before the new arrival reached us. It failed before it really began. Owen sliced at something inside the trunk. The bungee cord snapped back with a sharp twang and struck his wrist. He swore, dropped the cutter, then shoved both hands under a blanket. "I've got an arm," he said. A child screamed. Not a movie scream, not loud and clear. It was a hoarse, damaged cry that broke halfway through, like her throat had already been used up. Tessa flinched, but kept pressure on Evan. "Lily, Owen is helping you. He is not going to hurt you." "Dad," the girl sobbed. Evan tried to sit up. Blood pushed between Tessa's fingers. "No," Tessa said, forcing him back. "You move, you bleed faster." "I'm here," Evan rasped. "Lil, I'm here." Owen lifted a blanket and found her. Lily was small, wearing purple pajama pants, one sock, and a winter coat zipped wrong so the collar twisted against her cheek. Silver duct tape hung loose from one wrist. Her face was blotchy, wet with tears, and one side of her hair had been stuck to her forehead with sweat. There was a red mark across her mouth where tape had been pulled away badly. Owen reached in gently. "Okay, I'm going to lift you." The headlights beyond the service road clicked off. The sudden darkness there felt worse than the glare. I heard a car door open, then another. Tessa's jaw tightened. "Mara, I know." I switched the phone to speaker and shoved it into my jacket pocket so the dispatcher could hear us. Then I bent toward the trunk with Owen. Lily kicked when Owen tried to pull her free. "No," she cried. No, he said, not out. "Who said?" I asked. She looked past me toward the dark edge of the lot and shook so hard her teeth clicked. Owen braced one knee against the bumper. "Kid, we don't have time." The sedan lurched again. This time it rolled backward almost a foot. Tessa shouted, "Park, I need it in park." "It is in park," I said, though I didn't know if it was. Panic makes liars out of people. Owen grabbed Lily under the arms and lifted. She came halfway out of the trunk, then jerked to a stop with a strangled yelp. Something still held her ankle. "Hold on," Owen said, "hold on." I leaned in and saw it. A black zip tie looped through a torn luggage strap and cinched around one of Lily's snow boots. Not tight enough to cut deeply, but tight enough to keep her anchored. The box cutter lay on the wet concrete near Owen's boot. I grabbed it. A voice from the darkness said, "Leave her." No one under that canopy breathed right for a second. The voice came from the west side of the lot, near the pines and the service road. Male, calm, not shouting. That made it worse. Owen slowly turned. I couldn't see the speaker, just the black gap between two pine trunks and a thin movement of rain in the headlights from the highway. The 911 dispatcher's voice crackled from my pocket. "Who is that, ma'am, who is speaking?" The man said, "Evan, you made this ugly." Evan began to cry, quietly, like he was ashamed of the sound. Tessa did not look away from his wound. "Police are coming." The man laughed once. Not big, not dramatic, a little breath of disbelief. "They always are." I cut the zip tie on Lily's boot. My hands shook so badly the blade nicked my left thumb. Pain flashed hot and immediate. "Move," Owen said. He pulled Lily free and handed her toward me. She was lighter than I expected and heavier than I could manage. Her arms clamped around my neck with wild strength. One of her knees hit my ribs. Her breath came in fast little bursts against my ear. "We're going inside," I said, though I had no idea if we could. That was when the misdirection happened. Something exploded behind the sedan. A huge white burst, a bang that punched the air flat. Lily shrieked against my neck. I ducked so hard my knee hit the concrete. Owen threw himself over us. Tessa shouted, "Down." For half a second, I thought the pump had blown. I smelled powder and burnt plastic and gasoline, and my brain stitched them together into fire. But there was no flame, no heat. The white cloud drifted sideways from the rear of the sedan, thick and chemical, and I saw the truth through it. The driver's side curtain airbag had deployed late, triggered by the sedan's shifting frame or some damaged sensor, finally deciding the crash it remembered was still happening. The sound had been the airbag inflator. The smoke was propellant dust. Real, explainable, still terrifying. "Not a gun," Owen coughed. "Airbag, just airbag." The man in the dark used those seconds. By the time I raised my head, footsteps were moving across the wet lot. Fast, not running at us yet, moving around us, toward the store. "The door," I said. The automatic front door had stuck partly open when the power failed inside. I had left it that way. A person could shoulder through it. Mara Ellison, 29 years old, night clerk, responsible for locking doors, hitting emergency stops, following policy. I had left the store open. I shifted Lily higher on my hip and ran. Owen came with me, limping now, one wrist tucked against his body where the bungee had snapped him. Tessa stayed at the sedan because Evan was bleeding too much to leave. That split us cleanly. Tessa and Evan at pump 7, Owen, Lily, and me sprinting toward the store, with an unseen man somewhere between the rear lot and the building. The gas station layout turned mean in the dark. From pump 7 to the door was maybe 30 yards if you cut straight between the pump islands. But the wet concrete was slick. The gas sheen near 7 forced us wide around pump 5. The power outage inside meant the store was no longer a bright safe box, but a dark rectangle with emergency light bleeding red at the back hallway. The road beyond the storefront showed occasional passing headlights, close enough to see, but too far to help. "Keep your head down," Owen told Lily. She buried her face harder into my jacket. My cut thumb left a warm streak on the back of her coat. We reached the door. It was open wider than before. Not stuck. Opened. Owen shoved past me first, holding one arm out. "Stay behind." The store smelled different without power. Warm, cooler air, melted frost, coffee turning stale in the pots. The little noises were gone, and their absence made every other sound stand out. Rain tapping glass, Lily's breathing, Owen's shoes squeaking on tile, the emergency light buzzing in the rear hall. Behind the counter, I whispered. "No," Owen said, "back office. Door locks. The office has the monitor." "Good." We cut left around the counter. I carried Lily through the narrow gap, past the lottery case and cigarette shelves. The cordless phone lay dead by the register. Dean was gone. The POS screen was black. The red emergency stop button sat under the counter, still depressed, as if it had taken a bite out of the whole building. Behind us, the front door gave a soft, mechanical whine. Someone had pushed it farther. Owen turned, grabbed a display rack of windshield scrapers, and shoved it hard across the entrance path. The rack toppled with a metallic clatter, plastic handles scattering across the tile. That sound felt enormous. Lily sobbed into my shoulder. "Hush," I said too sharply, then hated myself. Sorry, you're okay." "No, I'm not," she whispered. "Fair." We reached the back office. The office was barely big enough for a desk, 2 filing cabinets, the security monitor, and a chair whose foam showed through cracked vinyl. I set Lily down under the desk. She immediately pulled her knees to her chest. Owen shut the office door and turned the thumb lock. Second attempt. Shelter Lily in the office. Use the cameras. Wait for police. Partial success. Then it tightened around us too. The monitor was still on. It shouldn't have been, not with the store power down, but a small battery backup under the desk beeped every few seconds, keeping the camera system alive. 4 grainy feeds glowed in the dark. Front counter, beer cave, pump islands, rear door. The pump 7 feed was not showing pump 7 anymore. It showed an old frozen image of the empty pump before Evan arrived. Same blue glare, same empty concrete. A timestamp stuck at 12:08 a.m. Owen leaned close. That camera looped, frozen, spoofed, whatever you call it. Not live. The rear door camera showed motion. A figure stood outside the back entrance near the dumpsters. My breath caught. Then the figure stepped into the weak floodlight, and I saw a police uniform. For one clean second, relief hit so hard my knees weakened. "Officer," I said. Owen grabbed my arm before I could move. "Look again." I did. The uniform shirt was too loose. No vest. No radio clipped at the shoulder. The badge area was a dark patch that looked sewn or taped on. The man outside wore black gloves and a knit cap under the brim of a police-style hat. Not police. The rear door handle moved. Lily made a small choking sound. Owen whispered, "Do not talk." The handle moved again, then stopped. From the front of the store came the crunch of plastic under a shoe. Someone was inside. The man at the rear door was not alone. Evan had said that. Not alone. The trap closed another inch. I took my cell phone from my pocket and checked the screen. The 911 call was still connected, but the audio had gone bad, the signal flickering between one bar and none. I whispered into it. "They're inside. 2 men. One at the rear door dressed like police, but not police. One in the store." Static answered then. "Stay hidden units, 3 minutes." 3 minutes became a huge number. A life could drain out in 3 minutes. A man could cross a store in 10 seconds. A child could stop breathing under a desk, and I might not hear it over the battery backup beep. The office door had a cheap hollow core panel. Its lock was the kind that could be opened with a coin. Owen looked around for a weapon and found a tire iron wedged behind the filing cabinet, probably confiscated from some drunk customer or left by Dean for exactly this kind of nightmare. He picked it up in his good hand. I pointed to the monitor. The front counter feed showed a man moving through the store. He was broad, maybe late 30s or 40s, male, in a dark rain jacket. His face was hidden under the brim of a cap. He moved with awful familiarity, not searching randomly, but checking places. Behind the counter, under the register, toward the office hallway. He knew the layout. He picked up the dead cordless phone, looked at it, and dropped it. Then he looked straight at the camera, not surprised, annoyed. He reached up. The feed went black. Lily whispered from under the desk, "That's Mr. Vale." Owen and I turned toward her. "What?" I whispered. Her mouth trembled. "He fixes Dad's cars." That was the new fact, small and awful. This wasn't random. Evan knew them. Lily knew them. Owen crouched despite his wrist. "Lily, listen. Is there another way out of this office?" She shook her head. I knew there wasn't, but I looked anyway. Filing cabinets, desk. No windows. The back office shared a wall with the walk-in cooler, one wall with the restroom hallway, one with the stockroom. The only door led to the hallway behind the counter. The rear door camera flashed black. The fake officer had covered that one too. Outside, through the office wall, came a heavy thud. Then Tessa shouted, not from inside, from the pump. I moved toward the office door. Owen caught me. "No, she's out there, with Evan. She's alone. So is the kid if we leave." That small disagreement cut deeper because he was right, and because I hated him for being right. On the monitor, the beer cave feed still worked. It showed the glass cooler doors from inside the store. A reflection moved across them. The broad man, Mr. Vale, passing the end of the aisle toward the office hall. Closer, I looked at the desk, then the filing cabinet, then Lily. "Can you fit behind that bottom drawer?" I asked. Owen stared at me. "What? The cabinet? If we pull the drawer out, there's space behind it. Not enough For her, maybe. Lily shook her head hard. No, it's just hiding, I said. Just for a minute. The office doorknob turned. We froze. A man's voice came through the door, low and almost polite. Mara, right. My name in his mouth did something to me that the pump, the blood, and the gasoline had not. It made the whole thing personal. He had heard it from Dean's call, from Evan, from some receipt, from watching the store. I didn't know. Owen lifted the tire iron. The knob turned again. Mara, the man said, I don't want the girl. I want what her father brought. Evan hadn't brought gas. He had brought something else. Owen mouthed, What? I shook my head. The man outside the office continued. You hand it over. We leave before the real cops get here. Everybody still breathing gets to keep doing that. Lily's eyes widened. She knew I could see it. What did he bring? I whispered. Lily pressed her lips together until they went white. The man kicked the bottom of the door. The cheap panel jumped in its frame. Owen braced the tire iron. Another kick. The lock plate cracked. The point of no return came from outside, not inside. Through the thin office wall, out at the pumps, Tessa screamed, Fire. The monitor's pump feed was frozen, useless. But through the front windows beyond the office hallway, orange light flickered across the dark store shelves. Not an explosion. Not yet. A small flame had found gasoline somewhere near pump 7. The man at the office door cursed and kicked harder. The door split around the lock. Behind us, the battery backup beeped faster. Lily crawled out from under the desk, crying now, but moving with purpose, and shoved her hand into the pocket of her twisted winter coat. She held out a black flash drive on a key ring shaped like a little plastic sunflower. My dad said give it to a police lady, she whispered. The office door cracked open an inch. Owen swung the tire iron against it from the inside, slamming it shut on the man's fingers. The man howled. Outside, the firelight grew brighter. Retreat was gone. The store was breached. The pump island was burning. Tessa and Evan were still outside. And in my bleeding hand was the first solid reason any of it had happened. The office door cracked inward, with Mr. Vale's fingers still caught in the gap. Owen hit it again with the tire iron. Once. Hard. The sound was wet and wooden at the same time. Mr. Vale yelled through his teeth. Not a scream exactly, more like a man trying not to give us the satisfaction. His hand jerked back, and the door slammed shut, but the lock was gone now. The frame had split. One more good kick, and he'd be inside. The flash drive sat in my palm. A cheap black thing on a sunflower key ring. It was so small it made the whole night feel insane. Evan bleeding out by pump 7. Lily taped in a trunk. The fake cop at the rear door. The fire starting outside in a thin orange crawl along spilled gasoline. All of it for something I could close my fist around. Lily stared at it like it might bite her. My dad said don't plug it in, she whispered. That's okay, I said, though I had been about to do exactly that. Owen looked from the door to the monitor to me. His wrist had swollen where the bungee snapped him. The skin had gone tight and shiny. He still held the tire iron, but his grip was wrong now, 2 fingers not closing all the way. Outside, Tessa screamed again. Not one word this time, just effort then. Mara, that moved me. I tucked the flash drive into the small coin pocket inside my jeans, the one I never used because nothing fit in it except lint and bad decisions. "Owen," I said, "get Lily into the cooler." He looked at me. "What?" "The walk-in. The inside release works. Heavy door, no windows. She can hide behind the soda racks. If it jams, it won't. Dean made me test it during training." That was true. Dean Mercer had stood in that cooler with a cigarette tucked unlit behind his ear and said, "If you ever lock yourself in here and die, corporate will make me fill out 6 forms, so learn the latch." Owen hesitated. The office door jumped as Mr. Vale kicked it again. The bottom hinge bent. "Go," I said. Owen crouched in front of Lily. "You come with me. Quiet feet." Lily shook her head, crying without sound now. I knelt too, thumb bleeding through a paper towel I didn't remember grabbing. "Lily, listen. Tessa is outside helping your dad. Owen is going to put you somewhere safer, and I'm going to make sure the police know about the drive." "Are they real police?" That stopped me. "I don't know," I said, "but I know who is." The office door kicked open 6 inches. Owen grabbed Lily under one arm, not gentle this time, necessary. She made a small hurt sound but moved. He shoved the desk chair into the door gap, buying us maybe 2 seconds, and pulled her into the back hallway. I went the other way, not toward safety, toward the front of the store. It sounds brave when I say it like that. It was. I had no plan, only pieces: the fire outside, the dead POS system, the frozen camera feed, the fake officer, the flash drive, and the fact that Mr. Vale wanted all of it quiet before real sirens found us. The store was darker than any store should ever be. Emergency light stained the hallway red. Past the counter, the front windows flashed orange from the pump island, then black, then orange again. Smoke smeared the glass in dirty pulses. I heard Mr. Vale behind me in the office. "Where is it?" he shouted. I ducked behind the cigarette shelves and crawled under the counter. My knee hit broken plastic from the windshield scraper rack. Pain sparked up my thigh. I kept moving. The cordless phone lay dead by the register. The store phone line was gone. The POS was gone. But the old landline credit card terminal under the counter had its own backup battery. Dean had cursed at it on my second night because it printed duplicate batch reports. It was useless for selling gas, but it had a modem line and a little gray keypad. I didn't know if it could call out. I tried anyway. I grabbed the receiver attached to it, pressed 9, then 1, then 1. Nothing. Flat air. Then a thin dial tone. I almost laughed. A shape moved at the front of the store. The fake cop. He came in through the automatic door slowly, one shoulder first, pushing past the jammed glass like he had done it before. Up close, the uniform looked worse. Thrift store shirt, dark cargo pants, plastic badge, boots with no shine. He carried a handgun low against his thigh, not pointed, ready. That detail mattered because it made him worse than panicked. It made him practiced. I lowered myself behind the counter, one hand over my mouth. The terminal clicked in my ear. 911, what is your emergency? A different dispatcher. Or the same one through a different line. I didn't care. I whispered, Sunoco Route 11 north of Scranton. Armed men inside. Fire at pump 7. Child hidden in walk-in cooler. Wounded man outside, fake police uniform. Flash drive is in my front right coin pocket. The last part came out without thinking. What is your name, Mara Ellison? Are you safe? No. The fake cop stepped on a plastic scraper handle. It cracked. He stopped. I held the receiver so tight my fingers hurt. From the back hallway, Mr. Vale yelled. She went front. The fake cop turned his head toward the counter. I set the receiver down without hanging up and crawled sideways past the lottery case. There was a gap under the counter near the safe drop, just wide enough for me to squeeze behind the cigarette cabinet. My gasoline-soaked shoes slipped. The smell of fuel came up from my own foot in hot waves, and I remembered the fire outside. Tessa, Evan. I peeked through the shelves. The fake cop leaned over the counter, searching. He was white, maybe 50 male, with a weathered face and pale eyelashes. His hat dripped water onto the counter. I could hear his breathing. Not heavy, just annoyed. Come out, he said. Nobody wants to hurt the kid. Nobody ever said that unless hurting people had already become negotiable. Behind him, outside through the glass, I saw Tessa dragging Evan away from the sedan. She had him under the arms and was pulling backward, inch by inch, toward Pump 5, away from the flame guttering near the base of Pump 7. Evan's legs dragged uselessly. Blood made a black trail in the wet shine. The fire had not become an explosion. It crawled instead, low and mean, following vapor, and spilled fuel along the concrete groove. Slow fire is worse than fast fire because you have time to understand where it is going. It was moving toward the sedan. I needed the fake cop away from the front. I grabbed the nearest thing under the counter, a roll of quarters. I threw it toward the beer cave. It hit the cooler door with a hard clank and burst open, coins skittering across the tile. The fake cop swung toward the sound and raised the gun. One shot. The glass door of the beer cooler spiderwebbed and sagged inward. The sound punched my ears flat. For a second, all I heard was a high whine and the battery backup beeping from the office, faint and fast. The gunshot did one useful thing. It made Owen move. From the back hallway came the heavy slam of the walk-in cooler door closing. Lily was hidden. Then Owen appeared at the end of the aisle with the tire iron. Hey, the fake cop turned. Owen threw the tire iron at him, not like a weapon in a movie. Ugly, awkward, end over end. It hit the man's forearm and knocked the gun down, not out of his hand. The shot that followed went into the floor tile near the nacho machine. I screamed, couldn't stop it. Owen charged anyway. He hit the fake cop's shoulder first, driving both of them into the snack rack. Chips exploded everywhere. The gun slid under the gum display. Mr. Vale came out of the hallway behind Owen. His right hand was wrapped in a bloody towel. 2 fingers stuck at bad angles. His face was thick and red with anger. Mara, I stood. I don't know why. Maybe because hiding had run out. Maybe because he knew my name already, and some exhausted, stupid part of me thought answering it would make him less powerful. He saw me behind the counter. His eyes dropped to my jeans pocket. There, he said. I ran, not out the door. That would have taken me past Owen and the fake cop fighting on broken plastic, not to the office. Mr. Vale blocked it. I ran through the narrow side hallway toward the restrooms and stockroom. The hallway smelled like bleach and old mop water. The emergency light buzzed overhead. My shoe slipped again, and my cut thumb struck the wall, leaving a red smear on beige paint. Mr. Vale followed. He was bigger than me, faster than he looked, but he had a broken hand, and rage made him careless. I cut into the stockroom. Cases of soda lined one wall, boxes of cups, motor oil, windshield fluid, a mop bucket. The rear exit was at the far end, but the fake cop had been there before, and I didn't trust it. Instead, I grabbed the mop bucket handle and yanked. It rolled into the doorway just as Mr. Vale came through. He kicked it aside, too easily. The bucket slammed into shelves. Dirty water spilled across the concrete floor. "You have no idea what you're holding," he said. "I have a guess." "No, you don't." He stepped closer. I backed toward the walk-in cooler. Behind its door, Lily was somewhere in the cold dark, hopefully silent. Mr. Vale noticed my glance. His face changed. He smiled. That was the worst moment of the night. Not the gun, not the blood. His smile said he had found the thing that would make me stop running. "Open it," he said. "No," he lunged. I threw a case of windshield washer fluid at his legs. It split open. When it hit the floor, blue liquid spreading fast across the dirty water. His boot slid. He caught himself on the shelf with his broken hand and howled. I reached for the cooler door, not to open it, but to use the handle. Heavy steel, vertical bar, industrial latch. When Mr. Vale came at me again, I pulled the cooler door open hard. The edge caught him in the shoulder and chin. He stumbled backward. Inside, Lily screamed. "Stay back," I shouted, not sure who I meant. Mr. Vale recovered faster than I did. He grabbed the door and yanked. I lost my grip. He shoved me into the shelf. My head hit a cardboard case of motor oil, then the metal upright behind it. White sparks crossed my vision, real ones inside my skull. My knees folded. He pinned me with his forearm across my collarbone and reached for my pocket. I bit him. I bit the meat of his forearm through his wet jacket and didn't let go until he hit me in the side of the head. The world flashed sideways. He got the flash drive. For a moment, that was it. He held it up, breathing hard, the sunflower key ring dangling from his bloody fingers. Then, the cooler door burst open behind him. Lily came out with a plastic 2-liter bottle of orange soda held like a club. She swung with everything an 8-year-old had. It hit Mr. Vale in the back of the knee. Not enough to injure him badly. Enough to bend him. Enough for me to move. I drove my shoulder into him low, and we both went down in the washer fluid and mop water. The flash drive flew from his hand and skidded under a shelf. Mr. Vale grabbed my hair. Pain tore across my scalp. Lily screamed again, and then Owen was there, face bleeding from the cheek, one eye already swelling. He had the fake cop's gun in both hands, held wrong but pointed at the floor near Mr. Vale. "Let her go." Mr. Vale froze. Owen's hands shook. "Let her go," he repeated, voice cracking. Mr. Vale opened his fingers. I crawled away, gasping, hair hanging in my face. The fake cop appeared behind Owen. Blood ran from his nose. He had one arm clamped to his ribs. He looked furious and stunned, and for 1 second I thought he would rush Owen anyway. Then the first real siren cut through the rain. Close, not distant, close enough to bounce off the store windows. The fake cop ran. He didn't run toward the front door. He ran toward the rear exit, shoved through it, and disappeared into the rain. Mr. Vale made the same calculation half a second later. Owen swung the gun toward him. "Don't," I said. Owen didn't shoot. Mr. Vale took 1 step back, then another, eyes on the gun, on Lily, on me. Outside, the fire brightened. A horn blared, Evan's sedan. The heat or wiring or some dying electrical system had set it off. The horn screamed continuously, one flat note that filled the whole station. Tessa appeared in the front doorway, soaked, smeared with blood, dragging Evan by his jacket collar the last few feet across the threshold. "Help me." Everything became movement. Owen kept the gun on Mr. Vale. I crawled under the shelf, slapped my hand through dust and spilled washer fluid, and found the sunflower key ring. Lily clung to the cooler door handle, sobbing but standing. Tessa pulled Evan into the store. His head lolled. His eyes were closed. His lips had gone gray. "Pressure," she barked at me. I shoved the flash drive into my bra because my jeans pocket was wet and torn, and I didn't trust anything anymore. Then I slid on my knees beside Evan and pressed both hands over the wound the way I had seen Tessa do. Warm blood pushed between my fingers, not like in movies, not spraying, seeping, stubborn, endless. "Harder," Tessa said. "I am harder." I pressed until my wrist shook. Outside, flames licked higher along the sedan's front wheel well. The horn kept blaring. The canopy lights flickered. Mr. Vale used that moment. He bolted. Owen lunged, but slipped in the blue washer fluid. The gun went off. The shot hit the stockroom wall. Mr. Vale slammed through the rear exit after the fake cop. Owen lay on his side, groaning, the gun skidding away from him. "Leave them," Tessa said. "Let police take them." Through the front windows, red and blue light washed over the pumps. Real this time. A patrol SUV swung in from Route 11, then a second. Tires hissed across the wet lot. Officers got out low behind doors, shouting commands I couldn't separate over the horn and rain and fire. One of them was a woman. Lily saw her and began to wail, "Police lady, police lady." I pulled the flash drive out with bloody fingers and held it up. Not high. I didn't have the strength. An officer at the doorway shouted, "Drop the weapon." For one insane second, I thought she meant the flash drive. Then I saw the fake cop's gun on the floor near Owen. "Gun on the floor," I yelled. "Not ours." Owen lifted his empty hands. I kept pressure on Evan. Tessa kept one hand on his neck, searching for a pulse, her face tight and unreadable. The officers flooded the store. Real boots, real radios, real vests, real shouted names. One knelt near the gun. One moved toward the back. One came to us with a trauma kit. Outside, someone yelled about the fire. Another voice shouted for the pump shutoff and power disconnect. A fire extinguisher hissed. Then another. The sedan horn finally died. The quiet after it was not silence. It was rain, radios, Lily crying, Evan's wet breathing, Tessa saying, stay with me," over and over like a prayer she didn't believe in, but needed anyway. The female officer crouched in front of me. She was maybe 35, dark hair pulled tight, rain on her cheek. Her name tag read S-K-L-A-N-E. "Are you Mara?" I nodded. Her eyes dropped to the flash drive in my hand. Lily crawled toward her on hands and knees. "My dad said give it to a police lady." Officer Klein took the drive carefully, like it weighed more than it did. Then she looked at me. "Is anyone else inside?" "The cooler," I said automatically, though Lily was out now. My thoughts were tangled. No, the back. 2 men ran out the rear. 1 fake police uniform. 1 named Vale. He fixes cars. He knows the layout. Mara, Tessa said. I looked down. Evan had stopped moving. The officer with the trauma kit shoved me aside, not roughly, but firmly, taking over pressure. Tessa started compressions right there on the wet tile between the coffee station and the counter. Lily screamed for her dad. No one stopped her. No one could. Police moved past us toward the rear door. Fire extinguishers coughed outside. The smell of smoke mixed with blood and coffee and spilled washer fluid. My thumb throbbed. My scalp burned. My ribs hurt when I breathed. The conflict resolved in the only way real things resolve, messily, partially, with help arriving late enough that we had already become different people. Mr. Vale and the fake cop were gone into the dark behind the station. Lily was alive. The flash drive was in real police hands. Pump 7 burned black around its base, but did not explode. And Evan, who had driven bleeding into a gas station after midnight with his daughter in the trunk, and a secret small enough to hide in a child's pocket, lay on the floor while Tessa fought for a pulse that kept slipping away from her fingers. Evan came back once before the ambulance doors shut. Not fully, not enough to speak. His eyes opened in a narrow, unfocused way, while 2 paramedics worked over him on the wet concrete outside the store, their gloves shining red under the canopy lights. Tessa knelt beside them, even though one of the officers kept telling her to step back. "Ma'am, please step back. Let them work." She didn't argue. She just shifted 6 inches and kept one hand on Lily's shoulder. Lily stood wrapped in a silver thermal blanket that made soft, crinkling sounds whenever she shook. She had stopped screaming. That was worse, somehow. Her face had gone blank in the way children's faces do when their bodies decide they cannot spend any more energy understanding adults. "Dad," she said. Evan's eyes moved. Not much, but they moved toward her. Tessa leaned close to him. "She's here. Lily's here. She's safe." Evan's mouth opened around the oxygen mask. No sound came through. One paramedic said, "We need to move." And then the stretcher wheels rattled over the uneven pavement, past Pump 5, past the blackened base of Pump 7, toward the ambulance parked crooked across 2 spaces. Lily tried to follow. Tessa caught her gently. "Not in that one, sweetheart. They need room to help him. My dad doesn't like hospitals. I know. You don't know." Tessa took that like she deserved it. Maybe she did. Maybe all adults did in that moment. The ambulance pulled away without sirens for the first 10 yards. Then the lights came alive blue and red against the wet road, and the sound rose only after it turned onto Route 11. It faded toward Scranton, swallowed by rain and truck noise. Nobody told Lily whether Evan would live, because nobody knew. Inside the store, everything looked smaller after the police were done moving through it. The chips were still crushed in the aisle. The beer cooler door hung cracked and glittering, spiderwebbed from the gunshot. Blue washer fluid and dirty mop water had dried into streaks across the stockroom floor. There was blood by the coffee station, blood on the front tile, blood under my fingernails. My gasoline-soaked shoe sat in a yellow evidence marker bag because Officer Klein had told me to take it off and not touch it again. Officer Serena Klein, 35, female, a Scranton area patrol officer who had arrived first on scene, treated us with a kind of firm gentleness that didn't leave room for dramatic collapse. She got Lily into the back of a cruiser with the heater on. She separated me and Owen for statements. She made Tessa sit on the curb after Tessa nearly tipped sideways from exhaustion and blood loss that wasn't hers. Owen had 3 fractured fingers, 2 cracked ribs, and a split cheek that took 7 stitches later at the hospital. At the time, he sat on the bumper of his tow truck, which had been parked uselessly near pump 3 all along, and kept saying, "I should have hit him harder," until a paramedic told him to shut up and breathe normally. Tessa had bruises on both forearms from Evan gripping her, and a shallow cut along her jaw from broken glass or plastic. She kept wiping her hands on a towel even after the blood was gone. I had a concussion, a bitten raw throat from smoke, a cut thumb, bruised ribs, and a patch of scalp that burned for weeks where Mr. Vale had grabbed my hair. The nurse who cleaned my thumb said I was lucky it didn't need stitches. I wanted to laugh at the word lucky, but my mouth wouldn't do it. Dean arrived at 1:12 a.m. in sweatpants, boots, and a jacket over a t-shirt from some charity 5K he had clearly never run. He parked across the street because police had blocked the lot, then came jogging through the rain with his keys in one hand. I hated him for showing up late. Then I saw his face. Dean Mercer, 46, male, my manager, looked at the burned pump, the shattered front display, the blood trail inside the store, and then at me sitting barefoot on an overturned milk crate. Whatever explanation he had prepared died before he said it. "Mara," he said. I didn't answer. Officer Klein stepped between us. "You're the manager." "Yeah, Dean Mercer. We'll need access to your office records, camera system, maintenance logs, and any service tickets related to Pump 7. Dean looked at me again. That was the first crack. Not guilt, exactly. Not surprise, either. Recognition. I saw it clearly, even through the headache. "You knew something was wrong with it," I said. Dean rubbed a hand down his beard. Rainwater dripped from his sleeve. "I knew people messed with it." "That's not an answer." "No," he said quietly. "It is." Later, in the fluorescent wash of the emergency room, while a deputy sat outside Lily's treatment room, and Owen snored with his arm in a sling 2 curtains over, Officer Klein gave us the first clean outline of what we had been standing in. Not everything, not the whole case, but enough. Pump 7 had not been haunted, cursed, or special in any way that would make a good story easier to tell. It had been modified. Someone had installed a bypass inside the dispenser housing, tied into an old diagnostic port, stolen access code used by independent maintenance contractors. After midnight, when the station's corporate monitoring was weakest, and Dean usually ran end-of-day reports from home, Pump 7 could be activated remotely without logging a normal sale. The camera facing it had been looped through a cheap inline device hidden above the canopy conduit, fed the office monitor an old empty image whenever someone triggered the bypass. No cameras, Evan had said. He'd been right. The pump had been used as a meeting point because it looked broken to everyone except the people who knew how to wake it up. Cars with missing plates came in from the service road, took fuel, exchanged packages, sometimes left cash in the trash can by the vacuum station. Small things at first, then larger things. Stolen catalytic converters, pills, plates, documents, people nobody wanted connected to anybody else. Mr. Vale's full name was Russell Vale, 42, male, owner of a small repair shop outside Dixon City. He had done contract maintenance on older pumps years before. Evan had worked for him off and on, mostly moving cars that could not be registered cleanly. That was how Evan got caught in it. That was how Lily got used as leverage when he tried to leave. The flash drive contained dashcam clips, payment screenshots, names, dates, and photos of vehicles at Pump 7 after midnight. Evidence. Not justice. Not yet. Evidence. Your father was supposed to hand this off to Internal Affairs, Officer Klein told Lily in the waiting area, kneeling so she wasn't towering over her. He did a brave thing. Lily looked past her. He put me in the trunk. Klein's face did not change, but her voice softened. I know. He said it was the only place they wouldn't shoot first. Nobody knew what to say to that. Evan survived surgery, barely. He lost a section of intestine and enough blood that the doctors talked in low voices outside his room. He was placed under guard before he was fully awake because being a victim did not erase the other things he had done. Lily went into temporary protective custody with her aunt in Wilkes-Barre. Tessa visited her twice before anyone told her she didn't have to. I know I don't have to, Tessa said. That was all. Owen gave his statement, refused pain meds stronger than ibuprofen because he had to drive in the morning, then accepted them anyway when his sister arrived and called him an idiot in front of everyone. He cried only once, when Lily hugged him before leaving the hospital. He held his broken hand away from her and said, "Easy, kiddo," in a voice that didn't match his face. Dean was not arrested that night. He was suspended by corporate before sunrise. That sounds too neat, like corporate acted from moral clarity, but it was really liability. They sent 2 men in clean jackets by 8 a.m., and one of them kept saying incident, like the word could mop up blood. They put yellow caution tape around Pump 7, then around the whole island. A technician removed panels while state police watched. By noon, the station's sign had been turned off, though the smell of smoke still hung over the lot. Dean came to see me 3 days later. I was at my dad's house in Clark's Summit, sitting at the kitchen table I had still not cleared. My left eye had gone yellow at the edges. My thumb was bandaged. Every time a truck downshifted on the road outside, my body prepared for something to break. Dean stood on the porch holding a paper grocery bag. "I brought your last check," he said through the screen door, "and some stuff from your locker. I don't want the job." I figured. I let him in anyway. That surprised both of us. He set the bag on the table, my extra hoodie, a half-empty bottle of aspirin, a protein bar I didn't remember buying, my name tag with the tape still on the back. For a while, neither of us talked. Then he said, "I should have shut that pump down months ago. Yes, I put in tickets. Dean, I know." He sat across from me without asking, then stood back up like the chair had burned him. I knew it was more than glitches. I saw cars on the back road. I saw numbers that didn't match. I told myself it was stolen gas and above my pay grade. Because that made it easier, he looked at the floor. "Yeah," he said, "because that made it easier." There was no satisfying response to that. I wanted to forgive him because he looked miserable. I wanted to hate him because misery was cheap after the fact. Mostly, I was tired. "Lily could have died," I said. "I know. So could Tessa, Owen, me. I know." He left after that. He didn't ask me to call him. I didn't say I would. The story made the local news for 6 days. Not my name at first. Then my name once, in a short article that called me the overnight clerk who assisted police, which was a clean way to describe crawling through washer fluid with a flash drive hidden in my bra, while a man with broken fingers tried to kick in an office door. Owen was a bystander. Tessa was an off-duty EMT. Lily was unnamed, thank God. Pump 7 was shown in photos with scorch marks up one side and a black melted scar where the hose housing had burned. They caught the fake cop 2 towns over after he tried to pay cash for bandages at a pharmacy. Russell Vale was found 40 hours later in a hunting cabin outside Tunkhannock with 2 broken fingers, bite marks on his arm, and a backpack full of burner phones. He claimed he had no idea Evan's daughter was in the trunk. Nobody believed him. Months passed. That is the part people skip when they ask what happened. They want the arrest, the evidence, the recovery. They don't want the part where you stand in a grocery aisle and smell burnt plastic from a new toaster display and have to leave your cart behind. They don't want to hear that Tessa went back to work, but stopped taking the road past that Sunoco. Or that Owen texted me a picture of his hand after the cast came off with the caption, "Almost pretty again." Or that Lily sent Officer Klein a drawing of a sunflower and a police car, and Klein kept it folded in the notebook she used for court dates. I sold my dad's house in September. Before closing, I drove past the station one last time. It had reopened under a different brand, fresh paint, new pumps, brighter lights. Route 11 traffic moved, as it always had, trucks sighing over wet pavement, commuters buying coffee, someone arguing at the air machine. Ordinary life pouring itself back over the place, covering the cracks. Pump 7 was gone. Not repaired, removed. There were only 6 pumps now, 3 islands instead of 4. Where 7 had stood, fresh concrete made a pale square under the canopy. Too clean, too new. The drainage ditch beyond it had been cleared of weeds, and the rear service road had a chain across it with a private property sign. I parked across the road and watched for 5 minutes. Nothing happened. A man filled his tank at pump 3. A woman carried a toddler inside for the bathroom. The ice freezer rattled in the wind. The world behaved itself. Then, just as I turned the key to leave, the old vacuum station near the ditch coughed on. One brief mechanical cough. No one stood near it. No car was parked beside it. The hose twitched once against its metal hook, then settled. Probably a timer. A short. Moisture in the wiring. Some harmless electrical ghost made of bad maintenance and old conduit. I sat there with my hand on the gear shift, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't. That was almost worse. I drove away before midnight. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.